80 FAQs concerning the home without marriage and family. 3. CFA. September 9th, 2007. 53. Question: It tends to live in groups in the home without marriage and family, and the orderly and harmonious group life needs a series of rules and regulations for self-discipline. Is it right? A. No, in the home without marriage and family, there is no rules or regulations in any form for disciplining. Anyone can make decisions by nature, following one's inclinations. 54. Question: If all of the people followed their inclination, everything would be in a muddle and mess, and the establishment of the home without marriage and family would end up in failure. Every large group without disciplines is just like a heap of loose sand and will be doomed to achieve nothing. Don't you agree with me? A. What you are talking about is quite true, but you are making your inferences based on the logic of man's world, and it isn't fit for the home without marriage and family. The lifestyle and management here operate in accordance with what works in the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world in heaven. According to my life experience in the 1,000-year world and my knowledge on the 10,000-year world, there is no constitutions, laws and regulations, religious disciplines, dharmas for controlling people there, and people make revisions through self-purification of their mind for the best lifestyle there. Actually, it seems that everything is so natural and is only going so naturally, without any conflicts or contradictions. Everything goes in perfect order, peaceful and auspicious. 55. Question: What you are lecturing here is an ideal model of life, but I'm afraid that it is not available in the real world. So, how can you ensure that everything in the home without marriage and family will operate orderly and harmoniously? A. We ensure that with the Lifechanyuan values, there will be no problems if all of the members of the home without marriage and family live their lives according to the Lifechanyuan value. 56. Question: But the question is that, if there is a member who does not have requirements for himself in accordance with the Lifechanyuan value, what will you do? A. Firstly, we will prevent those who have no idea about the Lifechanyuan value from entering into the home without marriage and family. Before entering into the home without marriage and family, each member must learn and understand Lifechanyuan. She is not permitted to enter into the home without marriage and family until she can resonate to the Chanyuan value on the same frequency. We will further study and discuss and solve the problems later should they occur. 57. Question: Must one enter into the home without marriage and family? A. This is an inevitable stage for entering into Celestial Islands continent. Without this nurturing stage by the home without marriage and family, it is hard for people to form the habit required by the heaven, and at the same time, a lot of problems for individuals in the secular world is difficult to solve. It is impossible to understand many self-refinements or self-improvements for individuals without the collective energy field, and their spirit door is also hard to open. 58. Question: What are the requirements for entering into the home without marriage and family? Are there any evaluation criterions? A. In short, one must highly resonate to the Lifechanyuan values. It can be explained in detail like this. There are 8 standards. 1. Find and get to know the greatest creator, and learn to dialogue with the greatest creator directly. 2. Have firm belief in Jesus the Christ, Sakyamuni the Buddha, Lao Tzu, and Muhammad. 3. Trust Shui Feng is the guide for human life and life. 4. No marriage and private properties after entering into the home without marriage and family, and having paid off all your debts in the secular world. 5. Totally abandon your sense of self and put your life in the hand of the great creator and your human life in the hand of Tao. 6. Keep this in your mind. I will go to the 1,000-year world. I will go to the Celestial Islands continent in the end. 7. Make good preparation mentally and spiritually to contribute in the home without marriage and family instead of claiming and comfort. 8. You must be willing to devote your whole life to the great work of opening Lifechanyuan era for humanity. 59. Question: Are there any differences between the home without marriage and family and other forms of organizations such as Utopia Society, Buddhist temples, Christian churches, and spiritual communities, etc.? A. No Utopia Society in history is the same as Lifechanyuan, which has a systemic principle of values, and all of these Utopia societies are blindly designed. The home without marriage and family of Lifechanyuan has a systemic value as the guide, and it is very clear. Both the Buddhist temples and the Christian churches have strict regulations and religious disciplines, which the home, without marriage and family of Lifechanyuan, does not have. Everything here operates according to human nature and follows human inclination. Spiritual community such as Osho's Dhamma was only a result of a rational whim and would be short-lived and difficult to sustain, while in the home, without marriage and family, because we follow the greatest creator, the continuous driving force will ensure its permanence once it is established successfully. The communities witnessed by Jehovah were relatively successful, but families still existed and no love or sexual relationship was permitted out of marriage, while in the home, without marriage and family of Lifechanyuan, men and women can enjoy free and very colorful love and sexual life. 60. Question: will the home, without marriage and family, be in an enclosed form? A. Soul is open, but the living is closed. Everybody in the home, without marriage and family, possesses a personal computer and is available for internet access in order to learn about other ideas and belief systems in the world. Televisions are also available to provide of more than 100 channels of TV programs all of the world through satellite transmission. You may fly your thoughts and let your mind float freely. But the living style in the home, without marriage and family, is indeed secluded and isolated. Guanyu, Drn 81.do. 80 FAQs concerning the home, without marriage and family, 4. CFing. November 6, 2007. 61. Q. The people who enter into the home without marriage and family need to live collective life, which is prohibited by government. So you have to apply for the permission of the relevant department in the government. Otherwise, it is hard to avoid the suppression and ban of the government. However, the government will never approve such collective living style. What are you going to do with this situation? A. There are a lot of countries in this world that don't concern about such collective living unless we violate the local law or bring troubles to the surrounding neighborhoods. Your worry only exists in such countries as mainland China, not in other countries. 62. Question: the concept of Lifechanyuan has essentially included the tenets of such religions as Christianism, Islam, and Buddhism, but there are many details which contradict their original doctrines. So what are you going to do once the home, without marriage and family, is interfered by the local religions? A. Communication. So we should try our best to build the home, without marriage and family, in the country's freedom of belief. 63. Question: once the home, without marriage and family, has been established, it will attract the social attentions, and many people will run away from home to the home without marriage and family. At that time, many families will break up due to the concept of Lifechanyuan. Then, the accusation of destroying family will be blamed on Lifechanyuan, and the home without marriage and family will become the target of public criticism. Have you considered about the consequence? A. Things may happen in that way, but we couldn't not stop traveling just because there is a wolf ahead of us. So we can keep away from the place where the wolf often appears and move on. In this case, we have to be rational. For example, many families broke down for the car accidents. So why don't people charge the car, road, or the manufacturing plant? Many families broke up because one member of the family often visits ballrooms or bars and then fall in love with other people. Why don't people charge the ballroom or bar? Many people fall ill. Why don't they charge the earth? The home without marriage and family works as the ideal of civilized persons and also the choice of them. Your old ox cart cannot catch up with the car, train, and plane. Why don't you rid of the ox cart instead of complaining and accusing the car, train, and plane? As time goes by, the mode of production and lifestyle also need to be changed. It is useless to cry and shout. It is immoral to drag others because you do not move on. Life is short, and everyone has the right and freedom to pursue happiness. So why do you accuse the home, without marriage and family? Must others eat what you prefer and act what you like? The disruption and disintegration of families are the inevitable result of the civilization development. Even without the home, without marriage and family, more and more families are going to disintegrate. Who are we going to blame for? 64. Question: the home, without marriage and family, is certain to have its own living boundary. If many people wish to come for a visit and survey, what would you do? A. Welcome. We will sell admission tickets, or maybe even run a hotel to earn some money. So come on, please. 65. Question: what would you do if someone looks for trouble? A. Then we should really bridge over the troubled water. We will take the necessary measures as the situation calls for. 66. Question: what will you do if the home without marriage and family becomes a dead duck? How will you dispose of some people who have paid a lot but without any gains? A. Human is flexible and measures can be also changeable. We need to take the necessary measures as the situation calls for. In this way, the lifestyle loved by everyone will finally appear. So, once the home without marriage and family has been established, the dead duck situation is impossible to appear. Once the Chanyuan celestial enter into the home without marriage and family, they will find what they obtain is more than what they pay. You cannot even drive them out of the home without marriage and family, just like the people who have been to paradise are unwilling to go back to the mortal world. 67. Question: what are the motivations urging Lifechanyuan to initiate the home without marriage and family? A. The major motivations of initiating the home without marriage and family include the following 3 points. Setting up model for initiating Lifechanyuan era, experiencing the lifestyle of heaven and adapting the life in heaven, centralized sermons, self-refining, and self-improving. 68. Question: if Shui Feng has gone, can the home without marriage and family keep going? A. At the very beginning, Shui Feng is necessary, without whom everyone will not know what to do because they have no idea about the life in heaven. However, just 1 or 2 years later, the existence of Shui Feng will not be so important, and the home without marriage and family can develop continually when everything enters into normal. When everything adapts to the lifestyle of the home without marriage and family, and when many Chanyuan celestial command the entire secrets of thinking and life. Moreover, there are many homes without marriage and family in the various places around world. The effect of Shui Feng can only affect a few people, and the Buddha and Bodhisattva may have mastered the way to sustain in Chanyuan. Guan Yu, Drjan 81 Dab T. 80 FAQs concerning the home without marriage and family. 1. Xiefeng. August 25, 2007. Q. Why set up the home without marriage and family? A. For the purpose of realizing the ideals of our saints and sages and the hope of our people. For the purpose of setting a good example for human beings. For the purpose of providing a good environment to the Chanyuan celestial for their self-improvement and experiencing the life of celestials in the 1,000-year world. Question: who are eligible to enter into the home without marriage and family? A. Only the most civilized and the best could be permitted to enter into the home without marriage and family, or you may call it as gathering the ripened crops. Q. Who is the leader of the home without marriage and family? A. All of those people who are able to live their life in strict accordance with Lifechanyuan value can be the leaders. Q. Where is the home without marriage and family? A. Everywhere with proper conditions. Q. Is it possible for me to enter into the home without marriage and family? A. Sorry, unless you have been baptized by Lifechanyuan value. Q. Why only those being baptized by Lifechanyuan value are permitted to enter the home without marriage and family? A. Without the baptism, you will be totally at a loss as what to say and what to do in the home without marriage and family. Question: can Chanyuan celestial enter into the home without marriage and family? A. No. Only those who have been devoting all their energies to the construction of Lifechanyuan for at least a half year are eligible. Question: do the people in the home without marriage and family lead an austere life? A. Definitely not. On the contrary, they will live the most prosperous and lively life. Question: how can you ensure that? A. People in the home without marriage and family are the most outstanding and creative group in human society. Question: do you care only your own well-being and not the poor? A. We only care spirit and mind. Material things are not our concern and should be worked out by oneself. Question: where do funds of the home without marriage and family come from? A. Through the dedication and creation of people in the home without marriage and family. Question: what would you do if people in the home without marriage and family become lazy? A. It is impossible for them to become lazy, because laziness will make their conscience uncomfortable. Question: is it possible for the home without marriage and family to precede forwards autocracy? A. Each of those being baptized into Lifechanyuan is follower of Tao with profound wisdom, clear and bright mind. No one is willing to be shoved around, and cannot be shoved around except the most civilized approach. Question: is there any private property in the home without marriage and family? A. No. Everything belongs to the public. Question: then there is no individual privacy and freedom in any sense? A. Absolutely not. Each residence is private, sacred, and inviolable. Nobody is allowed to intrude without the master's permission. Question then, private property actually exists, right? A. No property is private here, and all of them belong to the home without marriage and family. But everybody in the home without marriage and family is capable of enjoying a life of great freedom and natural rights, which cannot be deprived. For example, people should not disturb one another when taking a rest, neither can they deprive the other's basic safety. Question: is there forms of spousal relationship in the home without marriage and family? A. No. They neither marry nor get married. Question: then people with spousal relationship are not eligible to enter into the home without marriage and family, right? A. Sure, they can. But it is better for them entering together, and their marriage life come to an end since after. But they may choose to continue their intimacy in much civilized relationship, which none of others' business. A spouse planning to enter into the home without marriage and family must require the consent of the other party. Otherwise, any party of a marriage will not be permitted to enter into the home without marriage and family. Question: is the sexual choices in a random fashion in the home without marriage and family? A. Sure. People can choose their sexual forms in terms of their personal tastes according to the principle of ethics. They may choose to be in a pair, or three, even four people together. Why will we restrict that if they feel gratitude to the greatest creator in their heart? If by so doing enables them to feel that life is good and thereby love life much more than before while devoting themselves selflessly into the hard work for human happiness, then why will we restrict that? Question: doesn't that belong to assembling a crowd for promiscuity? A. People's concept on promiscuity is wrong. Promiscuity is limited to sexual behaviors between mother and son, father and daughter, grandparents and grandchildren, natural brothers and sisters. Those occurring between people without genetic connection should not be classified as lewdness. As for the term assembling the crowd, what is improper here? People in the world were often assembled for conferences, strikes, parades, sports activities, dancing, or other similar activities. Now that all of these assembling matters are proper, what is improper just for fun? Sexual behavior is nothing but a game for fun. Question then, do you mean sexual behavior in group is advocated in the home without marriage and family? A. Absolutely not. Because that kind of advocating will hurt millions of people in the world. Moral values established in secular society should be followed by secular individuals of the society. Otherwise, the normal social order would be disturbed and the whole society would lose its vitality and push human beings to disastrous situations. Question: well, why is it possible to have sexual freedom in the home without marriage and family? A. The secular world can't be compared with the home without marriage and family. The basic form of secular world is family, which requires strict husband and wife ties. Once free love affairs happened, it is painful for his/her spouse, their children, even their parents, which will injure the whole society in the end. But in the home without marriage and family, there are no families, no marriages, and people living here are far from the secular world. They have paid off their parents, children, friends, and the society before entering into the home without marriage and family. They will live a totally new life in the home without marriage and family. In addition, all of the members of the home without marriage and family are civilized and outstanding individuals with pure mind, and they would not hurt their spouse either. Therefore, the sexual freedom in the home without marriage and family should not be copied indiscriminately in the secular world. Question: what will you do if somebody is unwilling to follow your style? A. All members enjoy freedom here. He is free to follow his lifestyle, and nothing is imperative. Question: do all of you live together? A. Each member possesses a separate bedroom, bathroom, and a private area. They do not live together. Question: what about having meals? A. Yes. Eat together in the cafeteria. Question: how do you deal with different tastes? A. The cafeteria will make their effort to take account of different favorites and satisfy everybody. Q. What about your food, on vegetarian or meat diet? A. They may choose as their own will. Vegetarian may be on vegetarian diet, and those people whose favorites are meat may choose on meat diet. Nobody has the right to decide what the other people should to eat, but nobody is permitted to take wild animals or birds as their food. Question, are all of the members in the home without marriage and family Chinese? A. No. Chinese people only occupy a small ratio. Most people are whites and blacks or other races. Question, what to do if somebody gets sick? A. There are doctors and nurses in the home without marriage and family, and everything for the patients is free here. Whoever is sick will be treated with proper care. Q, what if somebody passes away? A. There are special organizations to cope with these things properly. There is no need to worry. Question, how do you allocate those who no longer capable of work? A. They will be attended by the most careful and the most sympathetic people. Q, can they have children here? A. Sure. It's up to you. Some people may need to be persuaded to have children for the sake of humankind multiply. Question, will the baby be kept to oneself? A. No. The baby is the sweetheart of the whole human beings. From the time of pregnancy, all costs will be shouldered by the home without marriage and family, including future raising and education. Question, how to organize various jobs? A. Everybody in the home without marriage and family has outstanding abilities and hobbies. The home without marriage and family will provide circumstances for their individual strong points, and each person can choose to do what he or she likes most. Nobody will be forced or arranged. Question, but how to deal with different jobs and different preferences? A. The difference between the home without marriage and family and the secular world. Question, is there a clear division of labor for all of the members? A vision of labor for all of the members? A. The goal of the home without marriage and family is that there is only one trade to be done for each member. For example, there is no need for the vegetable gardener to worry about the cleaning of his room. The dairy woman doesn't need to concern about washing her clothes. The businessman doesn't need to think about if a hot meal is available after a whole day's work, and the cook doesn't need to worry about the money. Everything will be organized orderly and systematically. Question, you say that everything is shared by the public. What if someone wants to spend money for his hobbies? A. There is an appropriate amount of pocket money for all. Q, what should they do for those people whose parents, children, or brothers and sisters were in need of them? A. It's not unnatural for this business, and it will be acted accordingly. Question, some of the babies in Chanyuan, Celestial, are very young, yet they want to enter into the home without marriage and family. What to do then? A. It will also be acted accordingly. The home without marriage and family will take nurseries, kindergartens, and schools in future if there are too many children. Question, could the parents and children enter into the home without marriage and family together? A. Sure. Each person could be a Chanyuan Celestial if she could resonate to Lifechanyuan value, which means a mature condition for entering into the home without marriage and family. To be continued. Ganyu, Drn 81 Dabthar. 80 FAQs concerning the home without marriage and family, 2. CFing. August 26.200. Question, I still don't understand what special advantages we can have after entering into the home without marriage and family. A. There are 8 advantages. 1. Living guarantees. No need to worry about food, clothes, house, and transportations. You will be attended when sick and even after death. 2. You will be far away from human society and will no longer be tortured with worldly affairs. Live only for ideas and belief. 3. Without the fetters of the family, your body, heart, and psychic energy feel much freer. Nobody keeps his eyes on you, controls you, and keeps after you. You need not to worry about the affairs of children too. 4. No matter how much you have changed, you can always find someone who can get along with you in character and disposition, and you can work, chat, and entertain with them. 5. Because each one has a specific and definite task, so a lot of time is saved and you can do whatever you want. 6. The home without marriage and family has innumerable recreational activities, and you will never feel lonely and bored again. 7. You can achieve Tao rapidly with the help of the collective energy, get out of the limit of life and death and go to heaven. 8. With the help of the collective energy, you can pass through different catastrophes. Question: what recreational activities are there in the home without marriage and family? A. The recreational activities mainly consult and imitate the mode of the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, Elysium world, and Celestial Islands continent. For example, people can be an emperor in turn, and when you are an emperor, you can do whatever you want and others have to coordinate with you completely. Everyone sits together and interacts between heart and psychic energy, entering into each other's thinking and feeling the inner world of each other. Collectivity enters into the non-material world to do things such as to speak and communicate with eyes and body language. Magically change material world. Certainly, there are a lot of terrestrial activities such as dancing, singing, tug of war, hide and seek, poker, sliding across the table, tickling, exploration games, going for an outing, climbing mountains. Piggies carry his wife on back and drawing lots. When you catch Eve, you need to play the role of Eve. When you catch clown, you need to play the role of clown, and so on. In one word, there are innumerable recreational activities which are beyond your imagination. Question: the home without marriage and family seems especially value recreational activities. And why does this happen? A. Here includes the secret of life. The long-term recreational activities will perfect the non-material structure. So everyone's process of turning into the appearance of children is accelerated because the kingdom of heaven belongs to children. Question: what kinds of collective activities are there in the home without marriage and family? A. There is a collective doing exercises lasting about 30 minutes after supper, which aims to build one's body. Then the activity of expounding the scriptures lasts about 2 hours, which aims to open up one's thinking, inspire one's wisdom, promote one's spiritual nature, so as to be a super celestial being earlier. Question: everything sounds so wonderful, but it should be hard to work out. What methods or measures are you going to apply? A. We do not adopt any method or measures. What we do but inspires the internal truth, goodness, beauty, love, honesty, and credit of everyone. When everyone's consciousness and soul resonate at the same frequency, everyone is willing to do this. Question: nothing imperative? A. Absolutely not. We are sure that everyone will be sincerely convinced and willing to take part in the activities with the help of our best spiritual and psychological persuasion methods. If someone cannot get it temporarily, we can wait patiently until he comes to realize the truth, but we will definitely not compel him or her. Question: what shall you do if someone wants to quit the home without marriage and family? A. We will hold a farewell meeting, offer him with enough traveling expenses, and part him with tears. Question: won't you give other compensations? A. The home without marriage and family does not have any private property, so everyone owns nothing no matter how long he or she has stayed in the home without marriage and family. As a result, he or she has nothing to take with him, her when he leaves but the traveling expenses. Question: if someone donates a lot of property, makes lots of contribution, and earns a lot of money for the home without marriage and family, while entering and staying in the home without marriage and family, can't he or she take some away when leaves? A. In Lifechanyuan and the home without marriage and family, all the conducts are willing, voluntary, and are a kind of unconditional giving for the Lifechanyuan values and life beliefs. One cannot expect requital when one donates, and the donation cannot return, just like the exhalant air and the spilled water, so everyone needs to think before leap. Question: are there any deceiving and fraudulent conducts in the home without marriage and family? Will someone feel being cheated afterwards? A. Lifechanyuan has a series of supporting values, just like the Constitution of U.S. restraining all the people, including the president. Everything of Lifechanyuan and the home without marriage and family is explained clearly and plainly by us, and we suit action to the word. Furthermore, we do things according to the law, not people. Even Shui Feng himself should do everything according to the values of the home without marriage and family if he chooses to stay there. If he does not suit actions to his words, that is called fraud. But if his action suits his word, that is not called fraud. If he expresses his ideas clearly and his deeds are in strict accordance with his words, then there is not any deception. Lifechanyuan is going to initiate the Lifechanyuan era, so it has to employ the most civilized way to develop all activities. Otherwise, it can't last long. The cause that we undertake will last forever, so all the activities we participate have to withstand the test of the masses in history. Besides, no matter where we build the home without marriage and family at, we all need to obey the local laws and regulations. Anyone can sue at the local government if he has the feeling of being cheated. Question: it is easy to say than done. How can one go out to sue if has lost both freedom and expenses at the home without marriage and family, especially when no one is allowed to be in? He may never be able to pass any information. What to do then? Good question. This question is very easy to answer. The home without marriage and family equipped with unobstructed phones and the phone numbers of the local police department are also provided here. You can also tell one of your relatives or friends to call you every few days. If you cannot answer the call on time, they should call police immediately. There is no risk to that. Question: you take people away. Where can we find them? Everyone in the home has communicated with others of the home for a long time and has been familiar with each other. If you do not trust these people, who shall you trust? The people with such thoughts are not suitable to enter into the home without marriage and family. So, you don't need to worry and you can just live in the realistic society according to the traditional view of life and value system. In your mind, the home without marriage and family is changed into a criminal gang. With such morbid psychology, you should not imagine that you can enter into the home without marriage and family. It is not the problem of whether you want to enter or not, but the home without marriage and family will not let you in because such psychology and consciousness as yours are doomed to bring endless trouble to the home. To be continued. A door leading to an everlasting happy life. An introduction to Lifechanyuan. CFing. We are in the last days of this age. Year 2013 is the turning point. Lifechanyuan is the last course for human beings to learn and follow. The first course was given by Buddha. The second was by Jesus Christ. This is the third. The third is the last. Lifechanyuan contains precious truths from the greatest creator of universe. It tells us how the universe comes into being, how life started, and the beginning of human being. It tells us the meaning of time and space, and the meaning of life. It also tells us the purpose of life, the cause of human suffering, the future of mankind, the way how a person can get an everlasting happy life, and so on. Lifechanyuan is for humble, teachable, mild-tempered, heart-ready for everlasting life people. It is for those people who want to devote his or her whole life to benefiting the mankind, meantime, want to have a happy life in the kingdom of heaven. Lifechanyuan will usher in a new era, the Lifechanyuan era, for the mankind on this earth. It also will harvest the ripe crops who 100% believes in Buddha and Jesus Christ. Lifechanyuan calls out all the people to walk on the way of the greatest creator designed for us, for it is the only way that leads to a happy life on the earth and everlasting happy life in the kingdom of heaven. The general news Lifechanyuan reveals is as follows. 1. The one who created the universe is the greatest creator, not any god. All the gods and goddesses are created by the greatest creator. Lives in the universe, including human beings on the earth, are created by gods and goddesses according to the design given by the greatest creator. The greatest creator has 8 characteristics. They are unique, formless, neutral, mysterious, impartial, merciful, supremely powerful, and wise. The greatest creator stays at the 0 point. His Holy Spirit spreads all over the universe. We could feel his Holy Spirit at any place at any time. This Holy Spirit is called Tao by Lao Tzu, one of the greatest men in Chinese history. 2. There are 20 worlds simultaneously exist in the universe. What we humans stays and lives in is only one of them. These 20 worlds are linked up by the 0 point. This 0 point is the core of the greatest creator. 3. There are 36 spaces in this universe. The human's world is only one of them. We humans have other 9 more spaces to go to stay and live in. The 3 best spaces are named as the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world. There is a paradise within the Elysium world called the Celestial Islands continent. This is the world that Lifechanyuan will guide everyone to go to live in. For human beings comes from 3 channels. One channel is Jesus Christ. Another is Jehovah the God. The third is the dragon. Adam and Eve are not the ancestors of all mankind, but of some races. 5. Life is a journey. Life has no ending. Physical body is only the carrier of life. When people pass away, the physical body stops its mission and life still goes on to another journey. People who walk on the greatest creator's way will be transferred to live in a higher world. People who walk on other ways will be transferred to a lower world. People who like family and country will come back to the earth as a human being again. 6. The judgment on life is carried out at every second. There is no final judgment, nor is there judgment upon the passing away of a life. Life goes from one world to another right away automatically. Everything that we've done has an exact recording in the inner structure of our life. We cannot hide or run away from what we have done. 7. We can't go to heaven so long as we have one sin's debt which is not yet paid, for the law of life gravitation will pull us back. We must clear off all our debts owed to parents, wife or husband, friends, other people, and to the earth if we want to go to stay and live in the kingdom of heaven. 8. Life has 8 profound mysteries. Anyone who knows and masters the 8 mysteries could go to any world he or she is willing to. Lifechanyuan will reveal some of them. 9. Life is a non-material structure with the Holy Spirit. There is no life without the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit comes from the greatest creator. This is why we must walk on the way of the greatest creator. Otherwise, we have no way to have an everlasting happy life. 10. Life exists for the universe. The universe exists for life. No universe, no life. No life, no universe. 11. The solar system was created only for human beings. There are no humans on the other planets in the solar system except on the Earth. The moon is made by angels. It's a metal satellite empty inside. It's a warehouse. There are some tools still inside moon. There is a door on the other side of the moon for the flying in and out of the flying instruments. This is the reason why the moon always faces the Earth with the same side. 12. All the natural things on the earth and in the universe are part of the images of the greatest creator. All the natural phenomena on the earth and in the universe are the words of the greatest creator. The greatest creator never talks with man or woman in mankind's languages, but through phenomena. 13. All living lives have thoughts, but their way of thinking is quite different from each other. There are 8 different ways of thinking. They are material thinking, image thinking, associative thinking, elusive thinking, visualized thinking, taiji thinking, non-form thinking, holographic thinking. Why a dog is a dog, a man is a man? Because of the ways of their thinking are different. This shows that we must have the celestial's way of thinking if we want to stay and live in the kingdom of heaven. 14. Anything is possible. Impossibility comes from the impossible thinking. 15. Nothing is accidental. Everything is certain, but not inevitable. 16. Getting a visa is very important if we wish to go to stay and live in the kingdom of heaven. Here the kingdom of heaven refers only to the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and the celestial islands continent. Lifechanyuan provides the visa for anyone who wants it if he or she is sincerely willing to walk on the way of the greatest creator. 17. There are only energy, structure, and consciousness in the universe. Everything that we can see or cannot see is an illusion of these 3 elements. Everything will disappear when time goes on except for energy, structure, and consciousness. 18. No movement, no time. Time is the recorder of the movement states of all kinds of matters. So we should try our best to run away from matters if we wish to have a long, long life anywhere in any world. There is no time in non-material world. If we cannot imagine this, let us just know that everything appears in the non-material world can be duplicated again and again. 19. The universe has no boundaries. It can be expanded or contracted. Space always changes its boundaries according to the movement of matters and the scope of consciousness. 20. All kinds of lives are designed by the greatest creator and made by gods and goddesses and angels at the beginning. The theory of evolution is wrong. 21. All kinds of lives on the earth are made for serving people. Lower lives serve higher lives. So, people must protect and love all the other kinds of lives, for people cannot live without them. Maltreating and excessively using them will cause humans themselves a big trouble. 22. Traditional family, country, political party, and religion are 4 problem makers. Where there is traditional family, there is pain and hardship. So are the political party, religion, and country. In the future of mankind, there will be no nuclear family, no political party, no religion, and no country. 23. The best way managing and arranging humans' activities is Lifechanyuan plus global government. Lifechanyuan is responsible for humans' spiritual and soul guiding, for providing spiritual, and soul needs and activities. Global government is responsible for humans' daily work, study, and allotment activities. Government should not be controlled by any family or political party, country, or religion. 24 Mankind should be led and guided by the most intelligent, well-educated, civilized people, not by people who belong to a race. That some places are rich and some places are poor is not normal. Everyone should do his or her best, while everyone has the right to enjoy life. 25 The core crisis human faces is the soul crisis. It means that we are putting the incidentals before the fundamentals, that we are doing it upside down if we ignore the soul crisis but emphasize on other crises, such as atmospheric temperature rises, population growth, food shortage, pollution, autocracy, terrorism, war, etc. 26 Mankind must be united as one family. The state that each one goes his own way must be ended. Everyone, every family, every country, every religion, every political party's conduct and affairs are not a single event, but related to all the people on the earth. The question is, who has the capability to undertake this great and glorious task? The answer is only Lifechanyuan. Lifechanyuan has the plan detailed on its Chintz and English website. Chinese: www.leafcosmos.org. English: www.lifechanyuan.org. 27 What is called self-improvement, Shuxing, is to follow Buddha and Jesus Christ's teachings and making one's effort on the construction of Lifechanyuan. The real meaning of self-improvement lies in the effort to construct Lifechanyuan. 28 What is called self-cultivation, Shilan, is to widen and improve the understanding of life, to convert the way of thinking, to attain perfect consciousness and flawlessness in one's inner non-material life structure. 29 Consciousness makes reality. The reality we are in is the reflection of our consciousness. Everything comes from consciousness. Whether we could have an everlasting happy life in the kingdom of heaven or not depends upon whether our consciousness is perfect or not. If we have pig's consciousness, then we are pigs. If we have dog's consciousness, then we are dogs. Similarly, if we have God's consciousness, we are gods. 30 Thinking is energy as well as invisible power. With thinking, one can control other people's thought and even kill people from far away. So, having kind thought is very important to us. Otherwise, we'll become followers of the devil. 31. From the viewpoint of celestials, some normal standpoints of humans are abnormal. Some abnormal standpoints are normal. For example, marriage, for man is normal, but for celestials, it is abnormal. Having many lovers is abnormal from man's standpoint, but it is normal for celestials. 32. Everything has its meaning and purpose. There is nothing which is useless. 33. Love will bring love. Hate will reap hate. Plant melons and we get melons, sow beans and we get beans. As we sow, so will we reap. No flukiness. Never think we could have something without effort, or that we could run away from sin by a fluke. 34. Repentance is very important. There is no perfect man in this world. Neither are we. Repenting of our sin can lead us to the way of perfection. Perfection will allow us to live in the kingdom of heaven. 35. There is a non-material world. The Holy Spirit belongs to the non-material world. So, if we have wishes, we should tell the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit will reflect upon our wishes now or later. 36. Try our best to imagine good things, good future, beautiful environment, good health, smooth and successful way of life, etc. It will work in its way. 37. Sickness comes not from our body. It comes from our non-material inner life structure's flaws. Or we can say it comes from our ill consciousness. We can even say it comes from our ill spiritual and soul needs. 38. The purpose of life is for enjoyment, not for suffering. The greatest creator likes people who enjoy, not people who suffer. How to get enjoyment and make enjoyable life is the first concern we should think about. Enjoyment comes from not only material wealth, but mainly from wealthy spiritual and soul offerings. 39. Besides the sense of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, we also have the sense of spiritual perception. Spiritual perception is the most important senses of all. Lifechanyuan will guide everyone on how to get this sensation step by step. 40. Birds of a feather flock together. Lifechanyuan divides people into 5 groups. One group is named ignorant people who do everything by instinct. The second group is named laity, who do everything by their selfish desires. The third group is named mortal who do everything by emotion. The fourth group is named sage who do everything by reason. The fifth group is named saints and celestials who do everything according to the way of the greatest creator. What kind of person are you going to be? 41. Human has been guided into a new era, Lifechanyuan era. Anyone who intends to get into this new era must prepare you yourself for matching the standard of new era. The main standard of the new era are 1. Walking on the way of the greatest creator. 2. Leaving families, political parties, religious organizations, races, and countries. 3. Love all the people. 4. Giving up all you have. 5. Treat and serve other people sincerely. 6. Has no jealousy. 7. Love and enjoy collective activities. 8. Love labor. 42. Life on earth is short. Time is flying. We have no time to explain all the details. We should look for people who share the same belief, same life value, same lifestyle, and try to stay and live together with them if we wish to have a joyful and happy life. It is very difficult to change or convert somebody in a short period of time. So, let's look for resonant people who might be far away from us, rather than to waste time changing people around us who are not resonant with us. 43. The earth will be purified in the near future, just like we sometimes make a thorough clean for our house. Some will stay, and some will be cleaned away. Who can stay? Those who walk on the way of the greatest creator will stay. Those who are spiritually and psychologically sick will be cleaned away. 44. New generation is much more clever than old generation. The present generation knows more than the past generation. If we want to change something, we should depend upon present people, not on past people. Just like we send our message through new internet method instead of by post, we should listen more to what the present people say than what the past people say. If we stick to the old ways, we will lose good opportunity to convert our suffering life to happy life. 45. The way we think is the state of our life. If we want to change the state of our life, we must change the way of our thinking first. Today is the continuation of yesterday. Tomorrow will be the continuation of today. So, if we wish to have a good tomorrow, let's take action today for tomorrow. Similarly, if we wish to stay and live in the celestial islands continent, let's think in the ways of celestial beings from now on. 46. Live for yourself. Don't live for others. If everyone lives for themselves, there will be harmony. If everyone lives for others, everything will be upside down. Everything is going to be a mess. This is not selfish, but reality. Selfishness is benefiting oneself in the name of for the good of others. 47. Listening to the call comes from our inner heart. Don't follow the traditional sound. You will find your true self through this way. Otherwise, you will lose yourself and never find the way home. 48. Always look on the bright side of things. Negative imagining or thinking will cause sickness or trouble. The non-material world will echo with any sound you make. 49. Don't love only one. Love as many as possible, so long as you like and you could love. Love through your heart. Don't love through marriage law or marriage forms. 50. The value and meaning of life on earth is to convert man's lifestyle to celestial's life mode by walking on the way of the greatest creator. No matter how rich you are, no matter how great and important you are, no matter how powerful you are going to die at any time at any place in the near future, and all what you have will be useless for yourself when you pass away. So, what is the most important thing we should think and do? All Lifechanyuan women are virtuous. CFing. November 1st, 2020. Virtuous women possess these 8 outstanding qualities: gentle, hardworking, elegant, kind, knowledgeable and reasonable, fascinating and charming, never jealous, well-educated, cultured, self-restrained. Looking at flowers in full bloom, the petals and stamens show softness, and all Lifechanyuan women are soft and beautiful. Across 10 years of effort, they have created 13 picturesque homes, operated 8 Chinese and English language websites, translated thousands of articles, and disseminated them millions of times, compiled nearly 300 articles, created nearly 100 videos, run 3 subscription platforms, planted nearly 10,000 trees, completed countless daily tasks. From these, we know how diligent our Lifechanyuan women are. 10 years on Lifechanyuan's road has been bumpy with lots of ups and downs, but it has also been sunny all the way. A group of women walked calmly, surprised by neither honor nor disgrace, otherworldly, undiminished in appearance, neither ostentatious nor depressed, and neither arrogant nor complaining. On a plateau high in the Yunnan Mountains, in the sand-filled Gobi Desert in Xinjiang, in the hot summer of Nanjing, and in Canada and Thailand, they created one miracle after another. They were knocked down countless times but still smiled indifferently. Even though no one paid them any salaries or bonuses, they have dedicated themselves for 10 years without regrets. Their intense eyes have remained full of firmness toward their goal, their fascination for better lives, and their posture has been elegant and their demeanor has been chic. They are so kind, pure, and honest in their hearts that they have never harmed life, society, or others. The places they were in were always kept peaceful, warm, and harmonious, and those places which had been dilapidated became clean and tidy with distinct levels after being organized. The Gobi Desert became a place where birds sang and flowers emanated wonderful fragrances, willows shadowed and flowers shone by their touch. In front of them, children became obedient and sensible, men lost their hostility and temper, and their kindness created the most harmonious places in the world. Do not think that they are stupid or deceivable, for each of them is knowledgeable and transcendental, and they know clearly the differences between good and evil and between right and wrong. They know the vicissitudes of life and the changes of the times, and they treat the insults of laymen and the accusations of mortals with smiles because they do not care about them. They are indifferent to money, power, fame, and wealth, and they are empathetic, have etiquette, and their words are like poems or like pearls on jade plates, and the articles written by them are full of literary talent, passion, and high spirits. All Chanyuan women are full of amorous feelings, emotional, lively, naughty, humorous, and romantic, as gentle as breezes and drizzles, as delicate and beautiful as mountain flowers in bloom, as radiant and enchanting as sunshine in spring, and as romantic as fluffy catkins and running clouds. They are lissome and graceful as infinite spring scenery and full of everlasting love while talking and laughing. Their playing and joking around is like thunder clapping. They are enraptured while gaming and having fun with their charm, tastes, and interests unfolding incisively and vividly. They are also fascinating. An old saying goes that jealousy is a woman's nature, but do not try to fit that secular hat on a Chanyuan woman's head. After more than 10 years of cultivation, the women in Lifechanyuan have long since lost all their jealousy. If other women are beautiful, they compliment them. If other women have merits, they praise them. If other women are favored, they congratulate them. If other women are graceful, they honor them. For more than 10 years, the Chanyuan women have been getting along with each other harmoniously, happily, and without jealousy or resentment toward each other. Proper upbringing is the civilized politeness learned from family, school, and society. Self-cultivation is the level of theoretical knowledge, artistic thought, and other aspects that people possess so as to develop civilized attitudes toward each other. Self-restraint is the ability to have a deep moral quality to control one's own emotions. Chanyuan women are all three. They are brought up properly, self-cultivated, and have self-restraint. Getting along with Chanyuan women, you will find that they are always gentle and drizzly like spring breezes, pleasant and calm, and never make others feel uncomfortable, embarrassed, depressed, competitive, or cynical. These are the Chanyuan women. But what about Chanyuan men? Chanyuan men all throw themselves at the feet of Chanyuan women. A Chanyuan value states that the positions of men and women are reversed and women should be respected primarily. So as long as Chanyuan women enjoy that requirement, the Chanyuan men rush to serve them. Chanyuan men are as ready to serve Chanyuan women as green leaves are to serve flowers, and to be their guardians. One night of romance with a gorgeous girl, a happy death thus deserved. Therefore, the men in Lifechanyuan would rather wash the women's feet than support and serve any great leader. Chanyuan women are worthy of pride, but they are not proud. Their excellent characters and graceful temperaments have allowed them to rid themselves of domestic violence and social harassment forever, and to keep far away from housework and mundane social contacts as they walk towards the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. All ladies in Lifechanyuan are 18. Xiefeng. September 13th, 2006. Where are the most beautiful women in the world? Answer: not in the entertainment industry, but in Lifechanyuan. All Chanyuan ladies are 18. A girl of 18 is like a flower, full of fragrance, beautiful and charming, full of youthful vitality, like the rising sun, the mid-autumn moon, the first blooming flower buds, the freshly ripe peaches. All the women in Lifechanyuan are beautiful and lively, like lotus just from the water, hung with crystal dew drops, spotless, natural and unrestrained, elegant and graceful. Passing of time cannot worry them. Human world cannot change their beauty. Their delicate sweetness is like wind chimes and jingle in the wind. They are fresh and green like branches bud in the spring. Even after 10,000 years, the spiritual appearance of the Lifechanyuan women will forever be fixed at the age of 18. Chanyuan ladies are the most beautiful. In ancient times, there were beauties who would make wild geese alight and fish dive down for shame, who would obscure the moon and make flowers blush. And now there are the Chanyuan ladies. The beauty of Chanyuan ladies is a kind of solemn beauty, elegant beauty, temperament beauty, spiritual beauty, implicit beauty, artistic beauty, humanistic beauty, and virtuous beauty. Their words are like a goddess scattering flowers that splendid the sky. Their smiles are enchanting and charming, which is breathtaking. One glance can fascinate people, and one sound can get people drunk. Staying with them day after day, get the feeling of flying high above thousands of millions of miles away, doubt to have come to super celestial beings' place all the way. Chanyuan ladies are highly spiritual. Having no wings, I can't fly to you as I please. Our hearts as one, your ears can hear my inner call, as if the vernal breeze had come back overnight, adorning thousands of pear trees with blossoms white. To Chanyuan ladies, you don't need to talk to them anxiously and repeatedly, or yell at them. A slight frowning, they will know what you are thinking. You just raise your hand, and they will know what you want. A gentle cough, their love for you will come in an instant. A short sigh, their sin of caring for you will soak your heart right away. Even if you are thousands of miles away, hearts can interact freely. Chanyuan ladies are most affectionate. If you ask what love in the world is, appreciate the ladies in Lifechanyuan. Love of Chanyuan ladies is like a gurgling brook, clear and sweet, and like the sea, with a magnificent demeanor. Their love is like the warm sun on the coldest days of winter, and like the cool breeze of the sweltering summer. They are neither suffocatingly strong nor insipidly dull. They are far away yet close in front of you. Under the moon and flowers, they surpass the goddesses in the moon and sky. Their amorous glances give you the feeling of wedding night. To be with them in the same home, one feels bathing in the sea of love, as if you were in a fairyland on earth. Chanyuan ladies are cultivated. The ladies of Chanyuan are like finely polished and sparkling gems, reflecting the colorful light of human nature's sun. They possess a natural charm that is well suited to both light and heavy makeup. Each of them is outstanding in talent and taste, possessing the elegance of a lady of the eminent family and the gracefulness of a small family. They stand out from the crowd like cranes among chickens, flying in the blue sky like swans. From afar, they resemble the shining peaks of ethereal purple light, while up close, they resemble the 7 fairies who descended from the jade pool. They are natural works of art, like Venus, and goddesses who are too sacred to be defiled by the mundane world. Chanyuan ladies are all sexy. A woman who is not sexy is only half beautiful and is like a king without a crown. A woman who is not sexy is like a phoenix or a peacock that has lost its feathers, or like a delicacy without salt. The ladies of Chanyuan are all sexy, and they leave people feeling dazed and confused. Fragrances will attract butterflies to flowers. Chanyuan ladies are irresistible and cause people to toss and turn at night unexpectedly, preferring to be ghosts to be with Chanyuan ladies rather than to be among the prestigious people of the world. Their sexiness is like a tornado that leaves people drunk with desire and like a black hole in the universe that swallows up people's rationality. Chanyuan ladies are the most gentle. Men are made of mud, while women are made of water. The ladies of Chanyuan are not made of the murky water of the Yellow River estuary, nor the bitter, astringent, and salty sea water, let alone the stagnant water that is full of bacteria and microorganisms in wells and ponds. Instead, they are the original water, made of the purest, clearest, and most transparent spiritual water when the greatest creator created the universe. They are as gentle as snow-white cotton touching the skin, as gentle as white clouds caressing the sky. They cannot be touched, for they will melt away. They cannot be shouted at, for they will disappear without a trace. One can only hold one's breath and feel them with all one's senses, or enjoy them carefully and cautiously. Chanyuan ladies are all angels. The ugliest person in the world is a woman with a strong sense of jealousy, while the most beautiful woman is a female who has no jealousy whatsoever. In heaven, there is no jealousy, and the ladies of Chanyuan always admire and praise one another. They are all angels who come from the 1,000-year world and 10,000-year world to help all living beings in the human world. Just as flowers can crush stones, the Chanyuan angels can dissolve human animosity. Even the hardest hearts will soften when in the presence of the ladies of Chanyuan. Look to the future of the Lifechanyuan era, where the world Chanyuan ladies give free play to. That's it. My inadequate language cannot fully describe the excellent qualities of the ladies of Chanyuan. All I can say is that whoever has the opportunity to wash the feet of Chanyuan ladies will have the greatest honor in life. Sui Bu Ka, Sung Ming Chanyan de Ao Mi, Jie An analysis of the mystery of the unbreakable Lifechanyuan. Xiefeng. February 4th, 2021. Lifechanyuan officially appeared on history stage in 2003 after gestating for a long time before its appearance. From the day of its birth, it suffered countless setbacks. During its early period, it was discovered by an American astrologer who conducted an unexpected daily detailed guidance to me on everything. Then one day, 3 of her American partners from the United States, Britain, and Germany wanted to instruct me further and asked me to wear some kind of talisman, which I resisted completely because I did not wish to be controlled. Then an international scam group called me father in the name of the greatest creator and cheated me out of much of the wealth that I had accumulated over the years. The starting point of Lifechanyuan was the Chinese Soul website, but just as we began showing signs of prosperity on from it, we were shut down for no apparent reason and were pushed to the freezing point. Fortunately, Xiaoxi appeared and began to launch Lifechanyuan continuously on Bushuan. For a time, the people there decried that Bushuan had become a missionary website for the promotion of Lifechanyuan. In a short time, Falun Gong practitioners, Buddhists, and Christians joined the attacks on us. At the same time, Xiaoxi, Sitong, and a former Chanyuan celestial who initially supported and spread Lifechanyuan turned on us and attacked us and me in particular, especially Xiaoxi, who wrote dozens of articles exposing and refuting our theory. Sitong and that former Chanyuan celestial were even more sarcastic and ridiculed us more than ever. Later, the ideological and public opinion circles of the Chinese government issued a warning. Foreign pro-democracy activists blocked Lifechanyuan, while the people of insight from the secular world never stopped attacking and suppressing us. Just as we were gradually becoming depressed, Lingji Celestial appeared to launch Lifechanyuan's own website, but before I recovered from my happiness, Lingji quit. At the same time, there was endless scolding and condemnation against me across the web. The worst thing to read was my being called a quack, a big demon, and deceptive for money and sex. The most difficult period of time was during the attacks from dozens of masters on us on Qiudaowang.com. At that time, I fought with them bitterly every day, especially against their attacks on me from some of the former Chanyuan celestials. In order to counter them, I used harsh words without careful diction, so I ended up with the nickname, the Shrew. We originally wanted to build Lifechanyuan's headquarters in Harare, Zimbabwe, so we operated several businesses to earn money, but a series of unexpected incidents got in our way. Firstly, our rail freight was unloaded halfway, and the containers with our goods in it were left unmoved for several months. Then several banks inexplicably refused to allow us to open accounts with them. And then part of our marketing space was occupied by a local lawyer, so we had to spend half a year in litigation, which can be described as rough and bumpy. In 2009, I returned to China and created the second home, the predecessor of the new Oasis for Life. After more than 3 years, I had built the first branch in Anning, the third branch in Chuxiang, and the fourth branch in Linsong. The second branch was to have been built in North America. 3 picturesque paradises were built and more than 10 million RMB yuan were invested in them, but the government did not understand us and drove us out of Yunnan province. Being homeless, some of our Chanyuan celestials went to Nanjing, and others went to Xinjiang. 3 homes, Nanjing, Gazerer, and Katayer were built in Nanhua province, and Kinjima was built in Xinjiang province. In total, 4 homes were built successively. When everything was basically completed and we were ready to start normal lives, we were expelled from all 4 of them by the government. Helpless again, we looked for a place to build our next homes. Finally, we secretly built secluded villa, sesame slope, farm hotel, and old forest in the mountains for homes in Lijiang, Yunnan province. In less than a year, we were discovered by the government and were driven out of Yunnan again. By then, all of our money had been exhausted, and we were tired. What should we have done? Those of us with families returned to live with them. Young people and middle-aged people all went out to work in cities. And the children and elderly members who had no homes to return to had to find places to live collectively and rely on migrant workers to send some money. In the end, the local schools did not allow our children to attend, so they had to return to their places of origin and study at schools there. It is very strange that at first, various local government departments and public security personnel came to check and investigate us hundreds of times and always felt that we were doing a good job, but in the end, they drove us away. I asked the relevant government personnel to give me reasons for why they did that, but they had none. Even today, we still do not know why we had to be driven away, so I believe the government simply misunderstood us. In fact, all public security personnel who had been to our homes and had spoken with me, from police directors to police officers, supported us from the bottoms of their hearts, but they all showed helpless expressions. I also told them that I understood them and that they had to what they had to do. From the central level, President Xi said that the people's yearning for a better life is our goal. At the same time, I once had a dream of President Xi telling me that he wanted to go to the cafeteria to get some food for us, but instead of getting that meal, our rice bowls were smashed. In addition, the supreme purpose of the Communist Party of China is to realize communism, and our home is a 100% communist model, so why would the government of the CPC want to eliminate us? This is very contradictory. Has Lifechanyuan been destroyed? No, not only has it not been destroyed, but everyone has become more confident than ever. Why can we not be destroyed? There are two factors, an invisible one, an explicit one. The invisible factor is that we are not the result of my passing fancy. We represent an inevitable trend in the evolution of human civilization. It is an arrangement and operation of Tao and the will of the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator and God. From Lifechanyuan, one can discover and find their teachings and expectations from throughout human history, as well as the long-cherished desire of the working people. This invisible factor is indestructible by any force. The explicit factor is that our production and life mode constructed by us not only does no harm to people, society, government, or nature, but on the contrary, it benefits all of them. The personal experience of the nearly 200 Chanyuan celestials who have lived in the new oasis for life is that they all like this life mode and want to spend their entire lives here. We are, especially to the elderly and children, simply paradise. The theory of Lifechanyuan is a set of harmonious systems. Our 800 Chanyuan values are irrefutable, and our production and life modes show the most advanced form of human life. Even if the bodies of all the Chanyuan celestials were to be destroyed now, the Chanyuan texts, pictures, videos, and messages left in the hearts of millions of people would still remain forever. In the process of human civilization in the future, no matter how intelligent people appear, to realize the most beautiful social formation of mankind, people will still have to absorb nourishment from Lifechanyuan obediently, and finally have to honestly copy the new oasis for life mode. Whoever thinks that they can exceed our Lifechanyuan theory and new oasis for life mode is simply wrong. The government will eventually understand and support Lifechanyuan and the new oasis for life mode. The working people will yearn for it after they understand what we have. Even capitalists, celebrities, experts, and scholars will admire us and want to enjoy the wonderful life of the new oasis for life. Not only can Lifechanyuan not be destroyed, but it will be recognized widely in the near future, and the new oasis for life production and life mode will be promoted globally. Renlei Xin Senghua, Dr. Jiayuan Jieshao. An introduction to the new life of human beings home, without marriage and family. Xiefeng. August 6, 2009. We have set the pattern of new lifestyle for human beings, which is the home without marriage and family of Lifechanyuan. This is no longer an armchair strategist's fantasy, yet it is the reality. General outline. To carry out the ideas of returning to one origin with 800 life values for new era human to bring human beings into the Lifechanyuan era, in which country, religion, party, marriage, family, conjugal relation will disappear. No one pockets anything found on the road. Doors unnecessarily to be shut in the evening for no thieves drop in. Favorable weather is all the year around. All things on earth are in harmony with each other. Everyone is happy and has good fortune as one wishes. This is the era of Lifechanyuan era. Management mode. Home without marriage and family implements the holographic management mode. The gist of the mode is that no management is the best management. Constitutions, laws, legislations, institutions, commandments, Dharma will not be put into practice, and 800 life values for new era human will be the guideline. Dealing with daily matters with concepts of omnipotence ever-changing, changes interrelating each other, stimulating and motivating the qualities of truthfulness, kindness, beauty, love, faithfulness, and honesty in human nature, and creating a proper external atmosphere to bring those qualities in full play. All are carried out voluntarily without administrative enforcement. Establishment of institutions. Lifechanyuan has 1 institute and 256 branches in the world. President of Lifechanyuan equals to the president of global government. Presidents of the branches equal to the highest local administrative representatives, and they are in charge of planning and arranging daily production activities and life of the branches. Each branch has 3 major departments: living department, education department, and production department, property and life management. According to the principle of having nothing but having all, properties of the home without marriage and family belong to all the Chanyuan celestial, and they don't own anything individually. The home without marriage and family undertakes the entire daily expenses of each member, provides allowance for the seniors, and brings up the children. Supporting the seniors is no longer the personal matters of sons and daughters, and nurturing children is not the personal matters of parents anymore. Everyone does his or her best and takes what he or she needs. There is no supervision mechanism on spending, neither does strict accounting system. The time one needed, he or she can spend. Working arrangement. Home without marriage and family doesn't have executive orders or forced arrangements. Everybody chooses his or her job in accordance with his or her hobby, personality, and specialty. Home without marriage and family ensures that each member has his or her own job and works for 6 hours every day. No one will lose the job. Moreover, everyone just does one thing at home without marriage and family, for a reason that this is mutual service system. Each person has a clear division of labor and is responsible for his or her own job. The cook is responsible for cooking, the washer is responsible for doing the laundry, the dustman is responsible for cleaning, and people who are responsible for producing just do the production work. Everyone carries out his or her duty and minds his or her own business. If someone asks for help, people will help him or her unconditionally, and if they don't ask, other people won't get involved in their personal matters. The daily timetable is arranged in person. You may work at night and sleep in the daytime, and you may also get up late and work in the afternoon. You can do everything following your inclinations, as long as you have done your own job and fulfilled your duty. Relationship of the members of home without marriage and family. No matter one is tourist guide, president, the relationship between members is like a family. Blood-related relationship is the one between fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, grandparents and grandchildren. Relationship between men is like brothers, and relationship between women is like sisters. Relationship between men and women of different ages is brothers and sisters, and men and women who attract each other are lovers. There are no distinctions between superiors and inferiors, leaders and workers, supervisors and supervises, hosts and guests. Everyone is equal. Life arrangement. Under the condition of not being luxurious and prodigal, home without marriage and family tries its best to make everyone eat well, wear well, live well, use well, play well. Everyone has one bright bedroom at disposal, which is equipped with spacious toilet and bathroom. Everywhere is spotless and quiet. Flowers are blooming and trees are flourishing. People take their meals at dining halls. The home also has public recreation room, teaching hall, laundry place, gymnastics, school, medical care center. People mainly have vegetarian food. The dining halls serve vegetarian food and meat dishes respectively. People can take what they like. There are plenty of snacks for people to enjoy. Special care is provided for people who need it. People don't gamble or smoke. Alcoholics are not respected. The weak have been taken care of by specially assigned nurses. People can use the computers and phones anytime they want. There are no holidays at the home. Anyone who wants to take a day off, he or she can do it. Traveling is decided by members themselves. The home throws a party each week. Everyone can play an instrument, sing, and dance to show their talents. When members are gone, Lifechanyuan will take care of it with its own funeral and interment institution. Everybody has at least 1 hour of collective study on spirit and mind purification per day. In order to keep spiritual, mental, and physical health, half an hour is set aside for exercises and gymnastics. On love and sex. Love is a precious gift granted by the greatest creator to mankind, and sexual love is an inevitable path that sublimates human nature to a higher space of life. Love and sexual love are similar to the dance of two hearts with the same tempo. As long as man and woman fall in love with each other, they can do whatever they want, and no one will interfere or gossip. Lovers don't occupy or envy each other. On the contrary, they respect each other's freedom, which is higher than anything else. They never do any harm to each other, mentally or physically. Honesty prevails throughout society. Normally, people don't lock their rooms and the room keeping public properties in the daytime. Up to now, no one has lost an item. Each member's bedroom is definitely his or her private space. Anyone who hasn't got the owner's permission is not allowed to get in. If someone wants to get in, he or she has to knock on the door first. He or she can come in until after permission. Sweet and harmonious, people are loving and intimate. No quarrel and dispute concerning interest and hobbies should occur. Staff members are sent to the airport, train station, and bus station to pick up people who join home without marriage and family and people who are leaving. Safety is ensured. One is free to come and go. Everybody uses civilized language. No one speaks bad words and talks nonsense. Everyone speaks gently with an amiable manner. No one shouts and yells. Unless there are collective activities, otherwise, the entire home is quiet for 24 hours. Everyone behaves decently and dresses neatly. Vulgar behaviors are not allowed. There are no untidy persons. Everybody is the owner of home without marriage and family. No one is allowed to reprove, scold, supervise, and force somebody else. Members walk in their own shoes and don't interfere with others. They don't control mutually, but provide services to each other. Members don't build up a special relationship. Their relationship is quite simple. All financial activities are strictly under the scope of laws and decrees of the national and local governments. Home without marriage and family doesn't bring any trouble to national and local governments. Home without marriage and family advocates members should learn the spirit of Lifechanyuan. When we are outside the home, we should take good care of the seniors, the weak, the sick, the disabled, widows, widowers, and orphans. We ought to put other members' interests before our own, and leaving the convenience to others and keeping the inconvenience to ourselves. Home without marriage and family is made up of Chanyuan Celestial from Lifechanyuan. It is not available to people who are not Chanyuan Celestial. It allows the related governmental departments and sections to come and inspect, permits communications with associations, and allows reporters to report the facts practically and truthfully to the society. We don't admit entry to other people. The economy of the home depends on all members. In accordance with national laws and decrees, we gain everything through hard and diligent work. Other than Chanyuan Celestial, we don't accept donations from any organizations, associations, and sponsors. Not a penny. Members of the home must strictly abide by 800 life values for new era human. Those who don't uphold it will be eliminated from the home without marriage and family. Home without marriage and family is trying to explore a new way of life for human beings. We believe when everyone on earth lives their lives according to the life mode of home without marriage and family, afflictions of mankind will be lessened, each man's pain will be eased, deterioration of the environment will be curbed. Human beings will definitely enter into Lifechanyuan era, which will last for 1,000 years. Yaoqing Bing Huanying Chenchu, Wu Tuobang Shichu, your Dr. Zhang Lemang. An invitation to global communities for alliance with the second home, now new oasis for life. Xiefeng. July 24, 2011. Translated by Transin. And edited by Kayer. Dear friends, we all have the same dream to make this earth a fairyland for people who are kind, honest, diligent, simple, and trustworthy, and to let all future generations enjoy happy, joyful, free, and blessed lives forever. It would be impossible to realize this beautiful ideal if only a few thousand people work for it. So this dream can only come true with the joint efforts of people from around the world who are willing to commit themselves unselfishly, that is, to devote their full lives to it. In China, we have created a new life mode, the second home of Lifechanyuan, in only 2 years. Our experiences have proven well that this new life mode has a very bright future. We have reached the first milestone toward this dream and expect that with gradual improvement, it will become the most ideal life mode for everyone. The new life mode of the second home has these eight characteristics. No one worries about the matters of survival such as food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, aging, illness, and death. Everyone has a job or jobs to do, a place to live, clothes to wear, and food to eat. No one struggles to support their parents and children. Supporting parents and nurturing children are communal, not personal concerns. Individuals have no debts between each other. No one owns anything, but everyone has everything. There are no marriages, traditional families, or personal property. No one pockets anything found on the road, and doors can be left open in the evening. Trouble is rarely found. Paradise management means that no management is the best management. There are no leaders or managers, so no one is led or managed. Everyone does their best work and takes what they need freely from the community. People all comply with the principle of no luxury and no waste. Our living environments are clean, orderly, and pleasant. Everybody is positive, happy, and healthy, and there is perfect harmony between people and people, people and society, and people and nature. No one is lazy, and everyone refuses to be parasitic. Everyone tries their best to bring into full play their own qualities of sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, faith, and honesty. Everything and everyone lead toward a better future. We invite all communities in the world, whether they are utopian, communal, or idyllic, and no matter which country, region, ethnic group, culture, or religion you are part of, to contact us and become our friends. Let us work together to create the most ideal lifestyle for everyone. We wish to offer these eight suggestions for forming our alliances. Exchange information and experience that we might learn from each other. Exchange community members. As a start, we could send 2 or 3 people to each other's communities. Promote our successful experiences and share them with other communities elsewhere. All communications will be done online, and personal meetings will be unnecessary. No disputes or unresolved differences, as everything is done voluntarily. Each community would maintain its own character and identity, as none would interfere with any others, and there would be no common laws. Let each one blossom on its own and allow a variety of different communities. Religious belief is generally not discussed. The main focus of communities is on how to make every member happy, joyful, free, and blessed, and how to improve harmony between individuals, between the individual and the group, and between people and nature. No intervention in or attack on any secular society. There will be no intervention in or attack on any secular government, political or religious party, propertied class, organization, or group. Life is a game which we should make as enjoyable as possible. There is no need to stick to the past, and nothing should hold us back. No one can escape death. So why do we not just live our lives to their fullest? Let us show our passion and make our life journeys the most happy, valuable, and meaningful ones possible. You are very welcome to contact us through the following websites. New Oasis for Life. English http://www.newoasforlife.org. Lifechanyuan Forum. English http://www.lifechanyuan.org. The Heaven College. http://chanyuan.org. Lifechanyuan International Family. http://www.smcinternationalfamily.org. With best regards and looking forward to hearing from you. Xiefeng, founder of Lifechanyuan and the Second Home. Xiefeng Gui Chanyuan Cao Fumu de Gong Kai Xin. An open letter to the parents of Chanyuan Celestials. Xiefeng. February 29, 2020. Thread in the hands of a loving mother. makes clothes for the body of her wayward boy. Carefully she sews and thoroughly she mends, dreading the delays that keep him out late. But how much love has the inch-long grass to pay for the spring sunlight it receives? Whose son is this, not crazy or mad? Who's joined the Taoists in the Wangwu Mountains? The white-haired mother wailing at the door, pulling her son's sleeves to keep him home. Blessed are my parents, they brought me up with toil. Mother, you gave me birth. Father, you brought my food. You cared for me and loved me. You carried me everywhere, even while visiting your friends, and never wanted to leave me alone. I can never hope to repay such great love after the disaster came and heaven robbed you from me. Greetings to all parents of Chanyuan Celestials. Once a son and now a father, I understand both the love of parents and of their children. I do not share the feeling of thinking of the vastness of heaven and earth. I shed tears with sorrow, but I share the feeling of how to get tens of thousands of spacious and tall houses to shelter the poor scholars in the world and make them laugh, nor the ambition of knowing that you cannot do it, but trying your best. My purpose is to reap the ripe crops and bring in the Lifechanyuan era to the common people in the world so that parents everywhere can live and work in peace and enjoy happy lives in their old age, and their children will smile and no longer worry. Today, I have something to discuss with you along with some advice for you. Your sons and daughters have become Chanyuan Celestials and want to live in the new oasis for life, but you are worried that they are being deceived and even more worried that they will cause you trouble and pain in the future. Of course, you are also worried that after your children leave, no one will provide for you when you are old or bury you when your time comes. Your worry is not unreasonable, and I understand deeply your worries about your children and your own futures. First of all, I want to explain that becoming Chanyuan Celestials and living in the new oasis for life will not harm your children. I know that you will not trust my words alone, but I have proof. The new oasis for life was established in April 2009 and has existed for nearly 11 years, and over that time nearly 200 Chanyuan Celestials have lived here. If even one person had been harmed here, the government would have arrested me and the new oasis for life would not have been maintained and would have fallen apart many years ago. Chanyuan Celestials range from 4- and 5-year-old children to seniors in their 80s. If Lifechanyuan had existed for deception, then ask yourselves what the purpose would have been to cheat such a wide variety of people. If illegal activities were operating in the home, the government's nearly 600 investigators who visited us would have announced their findings to the news media and ended it right there. The fact is that the government has not arrested any of us, let alone restricted any of our freedoms. You can ask any Chanyuan Celestial who has ever lived in the home about this. And if any of them say that he or she has been deceived or hurt in any way, you would have a good reason to not trust Lifechanyuan any longer and to sue me, CFA. If you would like to know why your children are so eager to live with us in the new oasis for life, it is because our life is a special, near heavenly one that has never existed throughout human history before. It is hard for words to describe the significance and beauty of Lifechanyuan. It is one that people who live in the traditional production and life order cannot imagine. And it is because of its beauty that your sons and daughters yearn for it and choose to remain here. I want to explain further that Chanyuan values require that Chanyuan Celestials always remember their parents and show filial piety. We will not accept anyone who does not remember this as Chanyuan Celestial, let alone to allow him to enter and live in our community with us. If you think that your children are being unfaithful to you because they live in the new oasis for life, then you can complain to me and they will be persuaded strongly to leave the home and go back to you. Maybe it is because of my different standards of judgment that in my eyes, your children are excellent. They are wise, kind, hardworking, honest, and motivated. Every Chanyuan Celestial is a gem-quality person in my eyes, and I love each of them. Perhaps I love your children more than you do as parents. I'm not boasting. You can ask them. Would you believe that nearly half of the young people in our home were brought in or sent to us by their parents? Please consider why their parents would have sent their dear and lovely children to this home. When you understand that these parents are not stupid, you will no longer fear that your sons and daughters will be deceived or harmed when they enter our home. I have this word of advice for you. When your children want to enter and live in the home, you should not stop them because very few are qualified to enter. The requirement standards to enter are very high and few can succeed. That being said, for your children to be able to join us, you must have accrued spiritual wealth from a previous life. You cannot give your children the happiness that I can, and you cannot guarantee your children's futures as I can. When your children enter the home, they are not leaving you forever because you can visit them and see how they are living at any time. Your idea of life is nothing more than wanting your children to get married, raise families, have careers, support you in your old age, and then bury you. It is nothing more than letting your children flourish, glorify, and illuminate your ancestors in secular society in order to prevent your friends, relatives, and neighbors from making undesirable remarks. You are walking down your road. Your parents have walked down it. Your grandparents have done the same, and others before them have been doing it for thousands of years. Tell me about it. Have you never considered this to be an unnecessarily difficult path to follow? And have you never considered the possibility that there is a smoother road to walk? Would you like to offer your beloved children an alternative path to follow? Pity the parents of the world. But who pities the children of the world? Children are not heartless. I was abroad once for 8 years and never visited my parents' home during any of that time. I missed my parents day and night and wanted to be with them. But since you are on the earth, you cannot do everything that you want to. Reality is much crueler than the ideal. If you are not careful, then you risk losing all of your previous efforts. As with climbing a cliff, once you start climbing, there is no possibility of turning back. It is only by climbing to the top that you will have the opportunity and capital to repay your parents for their favors and to thank all those who have helped you. When your children are climbing this mountain, as parents, you should not be dragging them down and shouting for them to come down quickly. The consequences would be horrible if you did that because they would blame you for the rest of their lives for ruining their futures. Finally, I will talk about the old age care of Chanyuan Celestial's parents. In fact, I considered this question 10 years ago, especially with regards to single-child families. I will never let them spend their old age bleakly or in distress. My ambition is to let every Chanyuan Celestial's parents spend their final years well. This plan has not been realized because the home has suffered during this period of time. Once the government acquiesces to Lifechanyuan and stops suppressing us, I assure every Chanyuan Celestial's parents that I have a plan to let you enjoy your old age and happiness. I wish all Chanyuan Celestial's parents in the outside world healthy, happy, and long lives. I pray for the greatest Creator to grant each of you many blessings. Ana Shengvu, Sungming, Chanyuan, Chaoshengdi. Enahim Lake, the holy pilgrimage site of Lifechanyuan. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qingyu. Enahim, an indigenous name, means the beginning of creation, which can be translated as the dawn of creation or the origin of creation. Enahim Lake is situated in the 25,000 square kilometer Chilcotin Wilderness area. To the north of the lake lies vast, pristine forest. To the west, the rolling coastal mountain range. To the south, scattered wooden houses of the indigenous people. To the east, there is wild and untamed wilderness. Enahim Lake covers an area of 5.8 square kilometers. Its surface is clear, with sparkling waters and waterfowl playing joyfully. In the distance, the continuous coastal mountains are clearly visible, with towering snow-capped peaks. Being at Enahim Lake, one can merge with nature, escaping the clamor of the world, isolated from worldly temptations and sorrows. It is both a place for calming the mind and refining one's nature, as well as a place to experience the sacred spirit of nature. The resort of Lifechanyuan, covering nearly 8 hectares, is located on the shore of Enahim Lake. Outside the 3-story main building, there are 7 wooden cabins, nestled among the trees by the water, with enchanting scenery. This is the holy pilgrimage site of Lifechanyuan. Jiayun Luzal, Moanan, Driyun Yin Po Shi. Analysis of the reasons for repeated hardships faced by the home. Xiefeng. November 20th, 2023. Translation edited by Qingyu. As of now, we have established 23 homes, namely Harare Home, Taiyuan Home, Siba Home, Heavenly Hotel, First Branch, Third Branch, Fourth Branch, Nanhua, Catel, Geyser, Qingma, Farmhouse Hotel, Hidden Mountain Villa, Sesame Slope, Deep Mountain Forest, Secluded Fairy Source, Fairy Rime Oasis, Huahua Mountain, Youth Home, First Branch in Thailand, Second Branch in Thailand, Headquarters in Canada, and Korea Home. Among these, Taiyuan, Siba, Heavenly Hotel, and the first branch in Thailand were voluntarily abandoned. The Harare home was a mistake due to poor management. The only existing homes are the second branch in Thailand, home in Korea, and the Canadian headquarters. The remaining 15 homes were destroyed by local governments. Now, let's analyze the internal and external factors contributing to the repeated hardships faced by the homes. Firstly, we know that the growth and decline of all things are governed by the law of nature. Everything in the universe operates within these laws, constrained, rewarded, and punished by them. The destruction of the second home of Lifechanyuan is undoubtedly part of the intricate arrangement of these natural laws. Although it appears to have been destroyed by the government, fundamentally, it is a part of the arrangement of the Tao. Secondly, all appearances, existences, and extinctions are manipulated by invisible and intangible forces behind them. For instance, human behavior is controlled by the invisible consciousness of people. Specifically, it is determined by a person's beliefs, morals, ethics, sentiments, scope, realm, cognition, values, perspectives on life, and worldview. The existence and destruction of the second home of Lifechanyuan is definitely controlled by unseen forces. External actions are only superficial. The real influence comes from internal factors. Lastly, what plants and animals thrive in a particular place are determined by the climate and geographical environment. What social forms a place will take are determined by its cultural factors. For example, while the second home of Lifechanyuan can thrive and develop in Thailand and Canada, it cannot survive in China due to the political and cultural environment of China. Thus, we can roughly identify several main factors contributing to the destruction of our homes. The collective karma of the Chinese nation temporarily disqualifies it from experiencing the beauty of the second home. Exceptionally beautiful experiences are reserved for lives that embody extraordinary qualities. Although there are many extraordinary lives on Chinese soil, overall, the Chinese people are currently not qualified or fortunate enough to experience extraordinary things. Therefore, when extraordinary things appear in this land, they are annihilated in their infancy. The Lifechanyuan members who once lived in the second home have personally experienced the unparalleled beauty of home life. Even in its relatively primitive state, the second home's condition was enough to captivate everyone, making them unwilling to return to traditional life. Once the home program is perfected and the environment is built as envisioned, life in the second home will be scarcely different from life in the lowest level of heaven. Hence, we must deeply reflect, are the life qualities of Chanyuan celestials sufficient to qualify for and meet the standards of enjoying life in such an exquisite home? Therefore, the initial construction of most homes went smoothly. However, as the homes became more and more beautiful, Chanyuan celestials were expelled. Thus, we must ask ourselves, am I qualified to enjoy home life? Have I resolved my karmic entanglements? Have I repaid my debts? Do I no longer have any selfishness? Have I relinquished my attachments? Can I live harmoniously with my brothers and sisters? Have I strictly followed the guide's roadmap? When fate wants to destroy something, it first drives it to madness. When fate wants something to prosper, it first causes it to suffer. Numerous historical events have proven this point. Judging from this, the repeated hardships faced by the homes are meant to cultivate our resilience and strength. It is foreseeable that the second home of Lifechanyuan will surely prosper. I have complete confidence that the second home will prosper and develop. This confidence comes from three sources. Firstly, we have a series of theories to support us. Secondly, we have a successful home model, especially after enduring suppression for 14 years. Our homes in Thailand and Canada continue to stand strong and grow. Finally, we have a group of Chanyuan celestials who, despite long-term suffering, remain unwavering in their original intentions and are becoming increasingly resilient. In China, we will continue to build homes because Chanyuan celestials can only truly understand the meaning of becoming Chanyuan celestials when living in a home. Only then can they achieve the state of possessing nothing yet having everything, free from worries about food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and the cycle of life and death. Eventually, they can become mature crops harvested into the granary of heaven. Human history will prove that the Lifechanyuan values and the second home model are the hope of humanity. We will continue to march towards the pinnacle of human civilization as before. Another notice for the application of Chanyuan Celestial. CFing. January 13th, 2010. Each time I turn down your application, I feel uncomfortable as you are. I do wish to bring all the people who want to become Chanyuan Celestial to Chanyuan home. However, the reality is cruel. I have no choice but to close the door on you. Lifechanyuan harvests the ripened crops. Even once the unripe crops are taken in, they will ultimately be eliminated. Lifechanyuan has eliminated more than 1,000 people. 1/5 of the currently listed names will be eliminated. The process of easily giving a grass name then eliminating out is very painful, so please understand. Actually, the standards and requirements of Chanyuan Celestial are very strict, 10 times stricter than selecting pilots. Chanyuan Celestial not only will create a Lifechanyuan era for human life, it also should be capable of touching the sky, which is by no means easy for the common spiritual practitioners. Chanyuan Celestial cannot have any deformity, and they should have super comprehension ability. I list some more unacceptable terms as follows for applicants to check. Illiteracy. It is hard for those who cannot read Chanyuan corpus and Skefeng corpus to comprehend Chanyuan concept. Aged. Lifechanyuan implements brand new ideas and life system. Whereas the aged people have formed thinking set and consciousness through long time accumulation, and it is hard for them to make a fundamental change and difficult to accept Chanyuan concept. Disabled. This is not discrimination, but a standard. Handicapped people are not eligible for pilots, let alone Chanyuan Celestial who will have big missions. Too tall or too short, non-symmetrical or unbalanced appearance, people with body odor. I'm not choosing the beauties, it's because the standards of place I want to take Chanyuan Celestials to are very high. People in the marriage and family life. Chanyuan Celestial is leading a life without marriage and family. If you become a Chanyuan Celestial, who will take care of your husband or wife? Who will attend to your parents and children? You cannot just walk away and leave them behind. You have to take care of them, and you can't be merciless. Insufficient economic conditions. If you find it hard to be self-sufficient, how can you possibly create Lifechanyuan era for human? People are severely jealous, complaining, and used to compare people who have the above-mentioned 3 characters cannot bring joy, happiness, and free to other people. Instead, they tend to bring a series of distress, trouble, anxiety, and worry. No access to internet. Network came into being for Lifechanyuan era. Lifechanyuan's operation mainly depends on network. So it is impossible for you to involve in the construction of Lifechanyuan era without internet access. People find difficulty in expressing ideas and thoughts accurately. It is hard to cooperate with others if you cannot express yourself, and hard for me to guide you as well. People who are not humble, modest, and open-minded. People who are not humble, modest, and open-minded are too stubborn, too rigid, and hard to train. We would rather not have Lifechanyuan than to lower its standard. And we would prefer not having Chanyuan Celestial to reap the unripe crops into Lifechanyuan. You can scold or blame Skefeng for his cruelness, but it would not make him lower the standard. Attention. Focus on this column with over 100 million hits. Skefeng. Very few websites throughout the vastness of cyberspace attract more than 100 million hits. Should you not be focusing your interest on them? How did the universe come into being? How enormous is the universe? What are time and space? From where did humanity originate? Do other lives populate the planets orbiting other stars? Does heaven exist or not? If so, what is heaven like? Will people transmigrate after their mortal death or simply disappear forever? Will people just lie quietly in the ground awaiting their return to life? What will humanity's future be like? What is the composition of life? What is the purpose of human life? What are predestined relationships? How did 20 parallel worlds come into being? Is it reasonable to accept the division of 36-dimensional spaces? What are the 36 universal mazes? What are the differences among ignorant people, laities, mortals, sages, and saints? Is the fairyland the same as the pure land? What are supreme thinking? What are the greatest crises that now face humanity? How will humanity survive these great upcoming changes? How does one enter into the fairyland? And so on and so forth. Here are clear and detailed answers and interpretations to all these questions. Read them if you have the time and inclination. If not, Just forget them because it must be more important for you to just earn money. Website: http://blog.boxsun.com/hero/Lifechanyuan. 4318 articles with 100,174,381 hits. Latest release date: September 10th, 2019. Newest published article: The 10,000-Year World. Chanyuan Encyclopedia. Beautiful scenery in Lifechanyuan. Dayform Buddha. May 5th, 2006. In the boundless Gobi Desert, there is an oasis with lovely weather, harmonious scene, auspicious light, babbling stream and fragrant flowers, and singing birds throughout the year. It is far away from the worldly noisy and close to the sereneness of the heaven. It frees from the worldly dust and tends to the quiet and grace of the fairyland. It is a land of idyllic beauty, leading zone of the Buddha lands, border zone of the heaven and mortal world, an ideal family for future humankind, a wonderful place to cultivate people into sage from laity and mortal, and to remold people into celestial beings from sages. Where can you find it? Beautiful scenery is in Lifechanyuan. At present, there are 50 people in the oasis Lifechanyuan. Although they come from different places of Chinese mainland, Taiwan, Canada, America, Germany, New Zealand, and Zimbabwe in Africa, they live harmoniously and friendly, just like family members. They are honest, kind-hearted, versatility, and intelligent in nature. Women are beautiful, gentle, and elegant. Men are handsome, resolute, and steadfast, and immortal. Every day, they walk back and forth in the flowers, wander in the green mountains and rivers, bath in purple sunlight, and play in laughter. They are cut off from indifference, selfishness, envy, and detestation. Their natural instincts are active, loving, tolerant, and hardworking. 1,000 years of good life in mortal world is not better than a day of immortal life in Lifechanyuan. Worldly noises shield the blue sky and white clouds. Disputes flood the elegance and talent in the world. Only in Lifechanyuan, the soft breeze is blowing, the sky is blue and clean, and no one pockets anything found on the road, doors unnecessarily to be shut in the evening for no thieves drop in. Long night, sorrow is the man's world with mishaps and cheats. In the darkness of life, full of up and downs. Only Lifechanyuan has furious spring, dynamic energy, overflows with the sunglow, bright and prosperous future. In Lifechanyuan, the greatest creator smiles softly. Jesus comforts his heart. Buddha feels at ease. Lao Tzu is happy. Sages with telegnosis are cheerful, and Chanyuan celestials grow stronger and sturdy. Just look the quarrels and conflicts among different religions and different countries and different political parties in mortal world. You will find how trivial and useless they seem to be and how endless the bitterness is. But if you observe and compare carefully, you will find that Lifechanyuan has beautiful scenery. There isn't constitution, law, responsibility, obligation, president, pope, imam, and master in Lifechanyuan, and everything follows the law of nature is natural, harmonious, and ordered. There isn't fetter, restrain, chain, demand, exploitation, oppression, violence, and conflict in Lifechanyuan, and everything takes things as they come and acts by nature. For each living person, there is a way to live. With the different way, they achieve different result. Someone will make circles in the starting place or even draw back in his lifetime. Someone will make progress step by step and finally reach to the summit of his life. Someone will live a life of busy, reluctant, and hopeless. Someone will live a life of easy, happy, and satisfied. Whether it is better or worse depends on his cognition and understanding to life. Only you, when you thoroughly recognize and understand the mystery of life and the meaning of living, can you be sharp-eyed and clear-headed. Life is like playing chess. You have to know your own strengths and weak points and those of your opponent, or you will fail in your life. Chanyuan celestials withdraw from the common customs with great strides and break the binds of family, political, religion, and country. On the surface, they look like lose the supports and family. In fact, they develop a shortcut to go straight to life resource with the minimum cost and time, and finally harvest the blissful fortunate family of heaven. There is beautiful scenery in Lifechanyuan. There is a guideline to the heaven. Every step we take is not blind, but is shooting the arrow at the target. From the perspective of actual life, Chanyuan celestials live an unmatched, exciting, happy, and free life every day. From the perspective of future, Chanyuan celestials has a wonderful prospect. They not only live at present but also live in the future. They are enjoying every minute and every seconds and without delaying the journey to the heaven. We are neither Pollyanna nor acting blindly. We know the secrets of human life and have the fruits of human intelligence. We have meticulous, strict, and reasonable logical theory of science, revelation, doctrines of Jesus and Buddha, intelligences of sages and conductors with telegnosis. The secrets of human body exist in the cell. The hope of humankind exists in Lifechanyuan. The bright lights and busy traffic of city are just presentation of the life. The advanced communication and convenient traffic are just presentation of the living. The wealth in the bank and the meat and wine on the table are just a flash in the pan. Thousands of networks and articles are just a spoondrift of the sea and will be vanished into smoke in a twinkle. The grand meetings in various countries, the smoggy images in the aerospace launcher, and the majestic-looking army and policemen are all delusions of spiritual nature and insignificant mightiness. Although there are a galaxy of talents in the group of self-refinement of the world, they will be collapsed at the first blow if exposed under the light of truth. After all, the beautiful scenery is in Lifechanyuan. Build a spiritual and soul homeland. CFA. June 12, 2003. Open the windows and the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. Stay and study in Lifechanyuan will a new life begin. You will see endless good fortune in future world. Lifechanyuan is a mental and spiritual habitat, a spiritual homeland for people who are ordinary, kind-hearted, honest, hard-working, and knowledgeable, a college to understand the meaning of life and the significance of human life, a transfer station leading to supreme life space. When you feel incompetent, exhausted, and gaunt and confused, you should take time to Lifechanyuan to listen other people's understanding of human life, to experience the peaceful atmosphere, to see if there are unworldly higher beings. There are 36 dimensional spaces in the universe. Every space is a huge world which includes supreme life space, low life space, and middle-level life space. Lifechanyuan will present people the mysteries of every life space. Through explaining the universe, time, and space, Lifechanyuan will escort people to set foot on the road of superspace and run to another beautiful and attractive life world. Human life is full of misfortune, suffering, regret, and helplessness. Troubles and worries tangle us all the time. Many puzzling mysteries of human life make us feel contradictory. Unpredictable situations and unexpected good or bad fortune make us anxious. Undesirable and troublesome things often make us sleepless. Disease and hunger often threatens us. From time to time, the complicated and changeable interpersonal relationships entrap us into the painful abyss. Survival competition oppress us. Make our tired body lost in a miserable swirl after another. Why is human life like this? Why can't we get out of the trouble? Why can't we control the track of our own life? For thousands of years, intelligent people look for answers. Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, and Lao Tzu make painstaking effort for us. Marx, Lenin, Mao Zedong, Thomas Jefferson, and Lincoln exert their utmost efforts for us and try to build a peace world and where everyone is equal and happy. Moses, St. Paul, Mahavira, Zoroaster, Manes, Fatuamonii, Dante, Sais, and other sages undergo hardships to lead us into a joyful and happy family. However, the true answer seems far away from us. It still needs to take a long way to get closer to the shore of the truth. The development of the science provides us the key to the truth. Einstein, Newton, Galileo, Faraday, Stephen Hawking, and other scientists paved steps to the door of the truth for us. Edison, Rockefeller, Henry Ford, and Bill Gates create necessary utility tools for us. Plato, Ibn Sina, Zhu Xi, Aristotle, René Descartes, Bacon, Adam Smith, Rousseau, Voltaire, Malthus, Darwin, Freud, and other masters provide us necessary tool of rational thinking. Now, it is time to carry on the past heritage and open up the future, to rectify our foundation and to purify our origin, to absorb the essences of human intelligence, and to develop a new era. Lifechanyuan not only solved the problem that if there is the greatest creator, the origin of the universe and life, the necessity and incidental, the karma, the previous life and the future world, the God, Buddha, and celestials in the universe, but also arrange the best way to people, strive to liberate you from suffering, lead you to develop into supreme life space, and make your life bring out beautiful flowers in the everlasting space. I hope people who want to self-refine in mortal world could participate in Lifechanyuan, such as hermits, religionist, president, Nobel laureate, billionaire, scientist, entrepreneur, literateur, public functionary, teacher, worker, farmer, rank-and-life soldiers, merchant, and homeless tramp. As long as you can explain a question about universe, space, or life and your theory can't be demolished, you can make contribution to Lifechanyuan. Lifechanyuan doesn't belong to a country, a nation, a religion, a political party, or an organization and individual. Lifechanyuan isn't a religion form, so there isn't special ceremony and demand. Lifechanyuan isn't a company, so it doesn't participate in activity aiming at profit. Lifechanyuan isn't a political party, so it doesn't have constitution and doesn't participate in any political activities. Startup words. A ship full loaded with new life is sailing. A new era is coming. We are in an era of economic growth, material prosperous, spirit poor, and heart gloomy. An era which pay much more attention to reality and materialization, and an era of lacking belief. Cultivate conscience, educate mankind, seed civilization and enlighten spirit, which are every sage's glorious mission. It is the calling of the era to build a mental and spiritual homeland. The greatest thought is rational thinking. The rational power is the most powerful power among humankinds. Compared to the 36-dimensional space, human beings are in a very limited world, so we need to tell ignorant people the vast space system and let them know the principle of, why am I being me? What do I live for? First of all, a great era must be guided by a great thought. If there aren't powerful supports from the mental and the liberation of the spirit, the economic development can but result in human beings' universal corruption and decadence. Although thoughts of sages in history shine lights of rationality, none of their thoughts can meet current people's mental and spiritual desire. Although all religions make indelible contribution to the civilization of mankind, every existing religion has its limitation and can't guide current mankind. A theory, a thought. We have to doubt it if it exists over 1,000 years but can't bring peace to the world and can't bring joyfulness and happiness to the life. A theory or a thought, if it can't be accepted heart and soul, but be accepted by putting to use state apparatus, power and institution, inflammatory and fraudulent way or material lure. If it promises a bright future but can't figure out the scene, we have to think deeply about the theory and thought. A theory or a thought, if it can't make people enjoy the happiness of this present life, if it thinks that only suffering can get otherworldly blessing, it is either pettifogging or irrational. Before everything is clear, firstly, we should believe in science, truth, and logical deduction. We believe that people standing at the peak of science is closest to truth. Undeniable, the great soul surpasses science in space-time. Their thoughts can't be accepted generally, which is the sad part of the great soul. If the great soul can't bring humankind current happiness and future hope, its value is less than a rainfall. Lifechanyuan is a place to gather great soul. The great soul isn't life from low life space and middle-level space, but from supreme life space. Before the World War I, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world has sent millions of supreme lives to mortal world the great soul. Lifechanyuan is to tell these great souls that, instead of enjoying the joyfulness in mortal world, you come to mortal world is to explain the mystery of the universe, the essence of human life, to save people who have a rough time, and to make people enjoy happiness and joyfulness in mortal world. You can never make transmigration in mortal world again, because you will lose your nature and your way to home once you went through transmigration above 3 times. The greatest creator loves and cares humankind. Before material prosperous and moral degeneration, he has to save people from disaster in case of resulting in the flooding tragedy of Noah era. When people have no fear of force, then great force descends upon them. We must make people know the meaning of these words. Henry Van Dyke was an American author, educator, poet, playwright, and clergyman once said, "Men of privilege without power are waste material. Men of enlightenment without influence are the poorest kind of rubbish. Men of intellectual and moral and religious culture who are not active forces for good in society, are not worth what is a cost to produce and keep them. You are great soul with great thought. If you were a president and only considered your own political party, group, and private benefits rather than the benefits of the whole country, you couldn't be called a great soul. If you had university education but don't service to humankind, you are not a great soul. If you get wealth from the world but don't want to pay back to society, you would be an inferior soul. If you were an advanced official, only try hard to win promotion and to get rich and to make one's ancestor illustrious. Instead of bringing benefit to your citizens, you are also an inferior soul. If you don't make progress but lead a befuddled life when you make a little achievements, you aren't a great soul too. Great soul among human beings should be taken to supreme life space. Inferior soul among human beings must be taken to the low life space. Nobody wants to place the excrement of the toilet in the living room and place the good wines and dainty dishes in the toilet. Even so, the human beings, how about the order of the greatest creator? Only when the people around us are happier, the greatest soul can calm. Only when we contribute our knowledge to human society selflessly, our soul is capable of getting into the supreme life space. Open the windows and the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. So you should open the window to the soul and fix your vision onto further future. For millions of years, human beings always feel their way in the confusion situation. They don't know there is always room for improvement. They suffer meaningless hardship, pain, and sorrow. Because people don't know the mystery of life, they trample their own and other people's life. Because they don't revere the greatest creator, they can but transmigrate again and again among the low life space. Because there isn't a great sapiential guide, we have to follow the wrong guidance blindly. Hardly can people ask himself that, what am I busy for? Is it significant to my life? What is the difference between myself and the onrushing worm? People living on instinct, fame, and emotion can but fall into the same old trap forever. The frog in the bottom of the well always thinks that the place it lives is the ocean and sea. The sky it sees is the universe. People living on intelligence can have good view of 1,000 rivers and million mountains. However, people living on spiritual nature can pass through the limitation of the space and enjoy the infinite charming scene. In boundless universe, don't lead a befuddled life in the low life space. Don't fight and grab in the worldly confusion. Don't sigh in the wrong thinking vortex. Don't destroy life and ultimately hurt yourself. The ship of Lifechanyuan will take people possessing intelligence and spiritual nature to the ocean of the truth to enjoy the real pleasure of life. The greatest creator is just, because he arranges procedure of place where people should go in future strictly depending on people's actions in mortal world. People with higher spiritual nature can go to supreme life space, and people with lower spiritual nature must go to low life space. Tao is just, because it records everybody's deeds forever. People who follow the principle of the greatest creator and want to pursuing the truth, please contribute your talent and knowledge. Don't sigh for injustices around you. Don't crush out your intelligence and wisdom. Don't think you have no future. Don't hide at home to suffer. Your life will release multicolored anima. If only you seek for the Tao of the greatest creator, then you will find out that you aren't the person you imagine. As long as you work hard, you will be loved by the greatest creator and the humankind. The ship of new life is sailing. To people who want to follow the way of Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, Lao Tzu, and other sages, those who desire to explore the mystery of the time-space, those who want to go to supreme life space and want to have telepathy, please get on our ship now. Lifechanyuan will take you to an unimaginable, secret, boundless, wonderful, relaxed and happy, excited and desirable place. Where is the proper place to place our life? God is always with me. God will always be with you. Janshura Yiger Jingsun, Kershinling Da Jiayan. Build a spiritual and soul homeland. Xiefeng. June 12, 2003. Open the windows and the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view, and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. Stay and study in Lifechanyuan will a new life begin. You will see endless good fortune in future world. Lifechanyuan is a mental and spiritual habitat, a spiritual homeland for people who are ordinary, kind-hearted, honest, hard-working, and knowledgeable. a college to understand the meaning of life and the significance of human life, a transfer station leading to supreme life space. When you feel incompetent, exhausted and gaunt and confused, you should take time to Lifechanyuan to listen other people's understanding of human life, to experience the peaceful atmosphere, to see if there are unworldly higher beings. There are 36 dimensional spaces in the universe. Every space is a huge world which includes supreme life space, low life space, and middle-level life space. Lifechanyuan will present people the mysteries of every life space. Through explaining the universe, time, and space, Lifechanyuan will escort people to set foot on the road of superspace and run to another beautiful and attractive life world. Human life is full of misfortune, suffering, regret, and helplessness. Troubles and worries tangle us all the time. Many puzzling mysteries of human life make us feel contradictory. Unpredictable situations and unexpected good or bad fortune make us anxious. Undesirable and troublesome things often make us sleepless. Disease and hunger often threatens us. From time to time, the complicated and changeable interpersonal relationships entrap us into the painful abyss. Survival competition oppress us. Make our tired body lost in a miserable swirl after another. Why is human life like this? Why can't we get out of the trouble? Why can't we control the track of our own life? For thousands of years, intelligent people look for answers. Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, and Lao Tzu make painstaking effort for us. Marx, Lenin, Mao Zedong, Thomas Jefferson, and Lincoln exert their utmost efforts for us and try to build a peace world and where everyone is equal and happy. Moses, St. Paul, Mahavira, Zoroaster, Manes, Fatuamonii, Dante, Sais, and other sages undergo hardships to lead us into a joyful and happy family. However, the true answer seems far away from us. It still needs to take a long way to get closer to the shore of the truth. The development of the science provides us the key to the truth. Einstein, Newton, Galileo, Faraday, Stephen Hawking, and other scientists paved steps to the door of the truth for us. Edison, Rockefeller, Henry Ford, and Bill Gates create necessary utility tools for us. Plato, Ibn Sina, Zhu Xi, Aristotle, René Descartes, Bacon, Adam Smith, Rousseau, Voltaire, Malthus, Darwin, Freud, and other masters provide us necessary tool of rational thinking. Now, it is time to carry on the past heritage and open up the future, to rectify our foundation and to purify our origin, to absorb the essences of human intelligence, and to develop a new era. Lifechanyuan not only solved the problem that if there is the greatest creator, the origin of the universe and life, the necessity and incidental, the karma, the previous life and the future world, the God, Buddha, and celestials in the universe, but also arranged the best way to people, strive to liberate you from suffering, lead you to develop into supreme life space, and make your life bring out beautiful flowers in the everlasting space. I hope people who want a self-refined and mortal world could participate in Lifechanyuan, such as hermits, religionist, president, Nobel laureate, billionaire, scientist, entrepreneur, literateur, public functionary, teacher, worker, farmer, rank-and-life soldiers, merchant, and homeless tramp. As long as you can explain a question about universe, space, or life, and your theory can't be demolished, you can make contribution to Lifechanyuan. Lifechanyuan doesn't belong to a country, a nation, a religion, a political party, or an organization and individual. Lifechanyuan isn't a religion form, so there isn't special ceremony and demand. Lifechanyuan isn't a company, so it doesn't participate in activity aiming at profit. Lifechanyuan isn't a political party, so it doesn't have constitution and doesn't participate in any political activities. Startup words. A ship full loaded with new life is sailing. A new era is coming. We are in an era of economic growth, material prosperous, spirit poor, and heart gloomy. An era which pay much more attention to reality and materialization, and an era of lacking belief. Cultivate conscience, educate mankind, seed civilization, and enlighten spirit, which are every sage's glorious mission. It is the calling of the era to build a mental and spiritual homeland. The greatest thought is rational thinking. The rational power is the most powerful power among humankinds. Compared to the 36-dimensional space, human beings are in a very limited world, so we need to tell ignorant people the vast space system and let them know the principle of, why am I being me? What do I live for? First of all, A great era must be guided by a great thought. If there aren't powerful supports from the mental and the liberation of the spirit, the economic development can but result in human beings' universal corruption and decadence. Although thoughts of sages in history shine lights of rationality, none of their thoughts can meet current people's mental and spiritual desire. Although all religions make indelible contribution to the civilization of mankind, every existing religion has its limitation and can't guide current mankind. A theory, a thought, we have to doubt it if it exists over 1,000 years, but can't bring peace to the world and can't bring joyfulness and happiness to the life. A theory or a thought, if it can't be accepted heart and soul, but be accepted by putting to use state apparatus, power and institution, inflammatory and fraudulent way or material lure. If it promises a bright future, but can't figure out the scene, we have to think deeply about the theory and thought. A theory or a thought, if it can't make people enjoy the happiness of this present life, if it thinks that only suffering can get otherworldly blessing, it is either pettifogging or irrational. Before everything is clear, firstly, we should believe in science, truth, and logical deduction. We believe that people standing at the peak of science is closest to truth. Undeniable, the great soul surpasses science and space-time. Their thoughts can't be accepted generally, which is the sad part of the great soul. If the great soul can't bring humankind current happiness and future hope, its value is less than a rainfall. Lifechanyuan is a place to gather great soul. The great soul isn't life from low life space and middle-level space, but from supreme life space. Before the World War I, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world has sent millions of supreme lives to mortal world the great soul. Lifechanyuan is to tell these great souls that, instead of enjoying the joyfulness in mortal world, you come to mortal world is to explain the mystery of the universe, the essence of human life, to save people who have a rough time, and to make people enjoy happiness and joyfulness in mortal world. You can never make transmigration in mortal world again, because you will lose your nature and your way to home once you went through transmigration above 3 times. The greatest creator loves and cares humankind. Before material prosperous and moral degeneration, he has to save people from disaster in case of resulting in the flooding tragedy of Noah era. When people have no fear of force, then great force descends upon them. We must make people know the meaning of these words. Henry Van Dyke was an American author, educator, poet, playwright, and clergyman once said, "Men of privilege without power are waste material. Men of enlightenment without influence are the poorest kind of rubbish. Men of intellectual and moral and religious culture, who are not active forces for good in society, are not worth what is a cost to produce and keep them." You are great soul with great thought. If you were a president and only considered your own political party, group, and private benefits rather than the benefits of the whole country, you couldn't be called a great soul. If you had university education but don't service to humankind, you are not a great soul. If you get wealth from the world but don't want to pay back to society, you would be an inferior soul. If you were an advanced official, only try hard to win promotion and to get rich and to make one's ancestor illustrious, instead of bringing benefit to your citizens, you are also an inferior soul. If you don't make progress but lead a befuddled life when you make a little achievements, you aren't a great soul too. Great soul among human beings should be taken to supreme life space. Inferior soul among human beings must be taken to the low life space. Nobody wants to place the excrement of the toilet in the living room and place the good wines and dainty dishes in the toilet. Even so, the human beings, how about the order of the greatest creator? Only when the people around us are happier, the greatest soul can calm. Only when we contribute our knowledge to human society selflessly, our soul is capable of getting into the supreme life space. Open the windows and the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. So you should open the window to the soul and fix your vision onto further future. For millions of years, human beings always feel their way in the confusion situation. They don't know there is always room for improvement. They suffer meaningless hardship, pain, and sorrow. Because people don't know the mystery of life, they trample their own and other people's life. Because they don't revere the greatest creator, they can but transmigrate again and again among the low life space. Because there isn't a great sapiential guide, we have to follow the wrong guidance blindly. Hardly can people ask himself that. What am I busy for? Is it significant to my life? What is the difference between myself and the onrushing worm? People living on instinct, fame, and emotion can but fall into the same old trap forever. The frog in the bottom of the well always thinks that the place it lives is the ocean and sea. The sky it sees is the universe. People living on intelligence can have good view of thousand rivers and million mountains. However, people living on spiritual nature can pass through the limitation of the space and enjoy the infinite charming scene. In boundless universe, don't lead a befuddled life in the low life space. Don't fight and grab in the worldly confusion. Don't sigh in the wrong thinking vortex. Don't destroy life and ultimately hurt yourself. The ship of Lifechanyuan will take people possessing intelligence and spiritual nature to the ocean of the truth to enjoy the real pleasure of life. The greatest creator is just, because he arranges procedure of place where people should go in future strictly depending on people's actions in mortal world. People with higher spiritual nature can go to supreme life space, and people with lower spiritual nature must go to low life space. Tao is just, because it records everybody's deeds forever. People who follow the principle of the greatest creator and want to pursuing the truth, please contribute your talent and knowledge. Don't sigh for injustices around you. Don't crush out your intelligence and wisdom. Don't think you have no future. Don't hide at home to suffer. Your life will release multicolored anima. If only you seek for the Tao of the greatest creator, then you will find out that you aren't the person you imagine. As long as you work hard, you will be loved by the greatest creator and the humankind. The ship of new life is sailing. To people who want to follow the way of Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, Lao Tzu, and other sages, those who desire to explore the mystery of the time-space, those who want to go to supreme life space and want to have telepathy, please get on our ship now. Lifechanyuan will take you to an unimaginable, secret, boundless, wonderful, relaxed and happy, excited and desirable place. Where is the proper place to place our life? God is always with me. God will always be with you. Hu Yi Chen Chou Sheng Ta Shichu Lanhe Cheng Wei Guoji Da Jiating. Call for all eco-villages around the world unite as one big international family. Xiefeng, the spiritual guide of Lifechanyuan. November 14th, 2013. Translated by So Long and edited by Kayer. Human beings are facing unprecedented severe crises. Financial crises, ecological crises caused by climate change, and war crises caused by regional conflicts, and the like have told us that if human beings do not change their existing lifestyles and production methods, but follow the traditional path, the ecological environment on the earth will be destroyed thoroughly. The possibility of human beings' sustainable development will vanish into thin air, and the future of all humanity will face a bleak outlook. These severe crises are likely to be resolved only when each person becomes aware of them and takes positive actions. Under a toppled nest, can there be unbroken eggs? Any fluky psychology and wait-and-see attitude will make us miss good opportunities and have regrets forever. The UN, governments of all countries, and many organizations, groups, and individuals are working hard in order to eliminate these crises, but these efforts are not enough, and they will only take effect when everyone on the earth makes joint efforts. The establishment and development of eco-villages is one of the effective measures to resolve those crises. However, at present, eco-villages are scattering all over the world but have not yet formed a strong influential force, and the scale and pace of development is not strong enough to stop global climate worsening. In order to speed up the development of all eco-villages, I hereby appeal to global eco-villages that they unite into one big international family and use collective wisdom and energy to advance their development. In this time, when humanity faces common crises, it is important that all people elevate the common interests of humanity to the foremost position. All people must sacrifice the interests of their own countries, political parties, ethnic groups, religions, and personal interests to serve the higher interests of humanity. All eco-villages must give up their own interests and unite as one big international family. Only when we think of the sustainable development of human beings from a perspective of the world is one family, individual eco-villages will benefit and develop faster and more healthily, and all of humanity will benefit from it too. Now the second home, now new oasis for life, of Lifechanyuan in China and Kanahana family in Japan have united, which is the first gratifying step. It also proves that global eco-villages can transcend the differences of nations, cultures, and lifestyles and unite as one big family. As long as we hold love in our hearts, and as long as we love all humans, we love peace, the earth, and life, we will have the ability and wisdom to overcome all obstacles and difficulties. We will be able to form a big international family by uniting all eco-villages and create a new era of peace and harmony that is able to develop sustainably. This big international family can operate under the framework of the United Nations. I believe that the UN will be happy to accept and lead this international eco-village family and let it work and benefit for the interests of the entire humanity. The alliance of global eco-villages will have many benefits but no harms, and all people, including members of each eco-village, will benefit enormously. As for its formation and operation and how to overcome the differences of beliefs, cultures, lifestyles, and so on, I have a complete theory system which is sufficient to support and achieve this great ideal. The most critical issue now is that either we work together to solve the common crises of humanity and create a brand new era, or we sit and await our doom. Let us start to realize this ideal from a spiritual level first, then have representatives of all eco-villages meet to discuss the details. The best way would be for Jen to facilitate this project. Big disasters can happen anytime, and we do not know whether we will still be alive tomorrow. However, as long as there is a gleam of hope, we must never give up making efforts. Decades are too long, so let us seize today. I sincerely hope that eco-villages around the world will take my appeal seriously and propel the Perspective project in the most effective way, and complete the formation process of this project in the shortest time possible. Canada, shi Lifechanyuan shi guoji da jiating. Canada is like the Lifechanyuan international family. CFing. August 30th, 2020. What kind of country is Canada? From his foot, we can measure Achilles. I would like to share my recent experience in Canada for your consideration. Huang Celestial, my partner for many years, became ill on the morning of August 5th, so I called the emergency medical services. Half an hour later, an ambulance arrived at the Lifechanyuan international family in Lac La Hatch. Two first aid specialists carried her on a stretcher into an ambulance and quickly drove her to our local hospital at 100 Mile House, more than 30 kilometers away, where emergency treatment was begun. At 1 o'clock in the morning that night, our local hospital transferred her to the intensive care unit of the Royal Inland Hospital in Kamloops, more than 200 kilometers away, where general examinations and treatments were carried out and 24-hour care was provided. After a few days, Royal Inland sent her to Kelowna Hospital, another 200 kilometers away, where an operation was performed that same day. That night, Huang was sent back to Kamloops by ambulance, and on August 16th, they returned her to Kelowna Hospital once again. On August 17th, a very complicated double heart procedure was performed, and after the operation, she recovered there. On August 22nd, I brought Huang back to Lifechanyuan International Family. I did a rough calculation, and excluding the laboratory staff, more than 80 doctors and nurses from the 3 hospitals had been involved in her treatment. The efficiency of the hospitals was unimaginable. Every doctor and nurse was simply an angel on earth. That kind of concern, love, sense of responsibility, and care touched me to no end. Whenever the hospital heads, doctors, and nurses asked me if everything was okay or if I had any other needs, I always answered that she and I were fully satisfied, that there was not the slightest thing to find fault with, and that everyone was doing everything perfectly. For example, the doctor who performed her procedure described to me in detail what they would do before and after the operation, and after it had been completed, he called and told me that the operation was successful and everything went well, so that I could relax. The hospital's chefs prepared each meal specially according to the patient's condition, and each one came with a printed note that listed the specific food, the patient's name, the time, and some nutritional information. The attitudes of the doctors, nurses, and chefs were kind from beginning to end. Their tones of voices were gentle and warm, and every detail was arranged accurately. What is more moving was that when Huang was sent from Kamloops to Kelowna Hospital, a doctor from the 100 Mile House Hospital drove for more than 3 hours to the hospital in Kamloops to accompany Huang to the Kelowna Hospital and gave me his phone number to contact him at any time. I drove from Kamloops to the Kelowna Hospital, But since I took longer than the ambulance did, a nurse from the Kelowna hospital called me twice to ask about my progress, and when I eventually arrived, she stood waiting for me at the entrance to the hospital and led me to the operating room immediately. Before leaving the hospital, a staff nurse asked for some details about our home, such as how many steps there were, whether we had stools for showering, and so forth. When I told her that we had none, she immediately contacted the Red Cross in my area to provide suitable equipment. When I returned home, I went straight there, and since they had been told everything well in advance, they could quickly go through the procedure for using the equipment safely with me. According to a knowledgeable person, our medical expenses would have come to nearly two-thirds of a million Canadian dollars, which is the equivalent of more than 3 million RMB yuan, but that the Canadian government bore all of our costs. We never paid a penny, not even for the ambulance rides before and after the operation. A Huang stayed in a single, private room filled with life-saving equipment from start to finish. This time I found that the bed was almost a cartoon transformer which could be adjusted to be high or low and could be used as a bed or a recliner. On the device were a dozen buttons for a myriad of functions. One of them displayed the patient's weight while another translated between any of several languages. The nurse spoke to me in English, but the equipment in the bed translated it immediately into Mandarin when either a Huang or I spoke Mandarin. The device translated it directly into English, not only in text form, but also by voice. Every day, an average of between 7 and 8 doctors and nurses worked in a Huang's room. Every day, 4 to 6 infusion tubes supplied intravenous medications 24 hours each day. Blood, urine, and feces were all taken every day to be examined in laboratories. Videos of her heart were taken in which its workings could be seen clearly along with all of the internal organs, the bones, and especially the sternum area. An electrocardiogram image was prepared every day and video displays showed vital stats including the heart rate, blood pressure, and so forth. The doctors and nurses put their sanitary gloves and work clothes on whenever they entered her room and threw them into a dustbin as they left. Almost all the supplies were disposable, so you can imagine how expensive everything must have been. Were it not for Canada's medical technology, a Huang Celestial's life in this mortal world would have ended, and were it not for their medical insurance system, I would have gone bankrupt and would be living on the streets today. This time, the hospital staff told me that during the patient's stay, no relatives or friends would be allowed to accompany them because once they entered the hospital, everything became the hospital's responsibility, fortunately. I was allowed to enter the hospital to participate in various procedures only as a special case. From this, I understood why such a large hospital is so quiet and no miscellaneous personnel were hanging out, only doctors, nurses, and other necessary staff workers were there, no one else. The environment in the hospital was clean and spotless, and it had no discernible smells, not even those of alcohol or medicines. What was even more surprising to learn was that in Canadian hospitals, whether a patient is wealthy or a minimum wage worker, a government official or a poor farmer, all are treated the same. Doctors and nurses never provide special care to anyone, and there is never any need or even any opportunity to establish special relationships to go through a back door to be given a good bed or doctor, let alone to send red packets, cash bribes, to anyone. If a Canadian cannot take care of themselves when they become old and they do not have anyone to care for them, everything will be contracted by the Canadian government. Widows and the lonely need not worry about how they will survive. Once one reaches the age of 65, whether they live in a major city or on a farm, and whether they were a government worker or a private enterprise employee, they will receive a monthly pension of nearly 1,200 Canadian dollars, and the government will send a caretaker for anyone who requires help in taking care of themselves at home. By the way, one of our Celestials specializes in doing that kind of work. In addition, Canadian parents enjoy the Canada Child Tax Benefit, which is just over 600 Canadian dollars per month, until they reach the age of 18 years. The child of one of our Lifechanyuan Celestials is 13 years old this year, and they receive that amount each month. This is Canada. To anyone who thinks that Canada is a wicked capitalist country, you are wrong. In my opinion, Canada is a very communistic society and is in some ways similar to the Lifechanyuan style international family. During the 3 years that I have been running a small hotel here, I have felt absolutely zero racial discrimination from anyone, and no government agency, including any police department, has come to check on me. In perfect honesty, apart from seeing uniformed police patrolling the highways, I have never seen any law enforcement agency. Also, I have been driving on the highways for most of my more than 3 years here and have never been charged any tolls to use any of them. Having benefited so much from Canada, I feel a need to serve this wonderful country. So I have decided to build a home for 300 Chanyuan celestials here so that our values and mode will take root, blossom, and bear fruit in order to add brilliance to this abundant, beautiful, just, free, spectacular, colorful, and great country. O Canada. 庆贺学风是共产主义诞生12周年, celebrating the 12th anniversary of Siefeng-style communism. Siefeng. April 18th, 2021. On April 18, 2009, a group of Chanyuan celestials gathered in Taiyuan City, Shaanxi Province, China, and began living the Siefeng-style communist lifestyle. Since then, 18 homes have been built in Kunming, Anning, Chuxiang, Linsong, Lijiang, Nanjing, Aksu, and Korla of Xinjiang, Canada, Thailand, and other places. The construction has lasted for a dozen years, has taken us across tens of thousands of kilometers, and has never stopped. Over the past 2,000 years, the Chinese nation has added few contributions to human civilization, either ideologically or scientifically and technologically. On the one hand, we enjoy the fruits of Western civilization, yet on the other, we belittle it. We are not grateful. It is like a beggar wearing fresh, new clothing and feeling that they have become aristocratic, but have instead only become ignorant, arrogant, non-virtuous, and barbarous. This FAQ style of national pride is pitiful and pathetic. Only Siefeng-style communism can bring the Chinese nation into the ranks of human civilization. It would be the greatest contribution from China to human civilization and would surpass all the values of Western civilization to become a beacon that would shine on the progress of humankind. During the 4 dozen hot and cold seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, this group of Chanyuan celestials, striving for Siefeng-style communism, has suffered a multitude of hardships and humiliation. They were forced out of their picturesque homes which they had built with their own blood, sweat, and tears, and had to keep moving to different areas throughout China. They were reborn from their old ruins again and again. Many Chanyuan celestials fell and left Lifechanyuan along the way. The road to civilization was difficult and dangerous. Barbarism shrouded the clear sky like sandstorms and flooded over the dams of civilization again and again. Ever since the first emperor of the Qin dynasty burned books and buried Confucian scholars alive, the backbone of the Chinese nation has been broken, the kingdom of God has become godless, and the other leaders were either big or small tyrants or submissive slaves to colonizers. The suppression of new ideas has become the main theme of the Chinese nation. Chanyuan celestials have not been intimidated by these difficulties. In this age of material desires and moral corruption, they have always stuck to their beliefs and the bottom line of civilization. Over the past dozen years, no Chanyuan celestials have committed any crimes, and no harm has been done to human society or to nature. Only their quality of truth, kindness, beauty, love, honesty, and peace flickers in the dark sky. We will neither beg pitifully for a green light nor give up our dignity to ask for anyone's help. We cannot gamble on the chance that people might have consciences. We know that there will be wolves, tigers, leopards, turbulent rivers, treacherous shoals, and even cliffs along our road ahead. But they have not, do not, and will not ever frighten us because we have already left life and death out of our consideration. Even if we must eat stale bread with impure water, dress in rags, we will continue to move forward in a natural and unrestrained way. If people do not change their traditional modes of production and life, they will face endless bitterness. The Western capitalist system has proven itself to be no more helpful, and the so-called socialism can only prolong its last gasp. Relying on any existing religious or political party doctrines will never bring people into the era of the talented will be put to good use and the whole world will be one family. No one will pocket anything found on the ground, and doors will not be bolted at night, and where people live and work happily, peacefully, and contentedly. Any thinkers, philosophers, sociologists, or so-called practitioners who fail to think about practicing Xiefeng-style communism are merely self-sentimental groans, nonsensical affairs, thoughtless works and actions, and patches on old clothes. Any of them who do not understand the space and time of the universe, the truth of life, how Tao works, and the ways and laws of nature, are blind and incapable and will lead you into fire pits. The prelude to the great adjustment of life in the universe is underway. The plot will become more and more sudden and violent, and no one will be able to resist it. Just as when the plague god makes people around the world wear masks at the same time, presidents all have to wear them obediently, not to mention ordinary people. May people sublimate into Xiefeng-style communism as soon as possible. It is the only Noah's Ark of our era. Chanyuan Celestial Application. If you have studied the contents of our website and would like to join us and become a Chanyuan Celestial, please feel free to send your application to info@lifechanyuan.org. The applicant should include the following information: an introduction about yourself, why you want to become a Chanyuan Celestial, a recent photo of yourself. Please note that you must meet the following requirements to be considered. You are single or divorced. You are under 60 years of age. You are physically healthy. You are socially free and have few ties to secular society. You have a generally happy life without many worries or pains. You are humble and of good character. You are not a criminal and are not wanted by the law in any country. Chanyuan Sao, Chanyuan Celestial. Xiefeng. July 9th, 2005, in Harare, Zimbabwe. All Chanyuan Celestials in the world belong to one family. Chanyuan Celestials of Lifechanyuan come from Spiritual Mountain and are born by heaven. All of them will return to Spiritual Mountain at last. Chanyuan Celestial is the nurse of the greatest creator, is the angel coming down from the upper world to the mortal world, and everyone bears the holy mission of initiating Lifechanyuan era. With their bodies in the mortal world and heart in the celestial beings world, Chanyuan Celestials are out of the ordinary. The number of Chanyuan Celestial covers about 1% of the total human population. This means there are about 63 million Chanyuan Celestials around the world. The definite numbers in different races are as following. The number of Chanyuan Celestials in the white race covers about 2% of its total population. The number of Chanyuan Celestials in the black people and Muslim people covers about 1%. The number of Chanyuan Celestials in the yellow race covers about 1 in 1,000, among which Japanese covers about 5 in 1,000, and the population cultivated by Chinese culture covers less than 1 in 1,000 among the total population of the yellow race. Each Chanyuan Celestial is a component of the whole Lifechanyuan. There is not any jealousy, envy, or hatred among Chanyuan Celestials, but only love. There are not any concepts of families, nationalities, countries, religions, and political parties, but only the scenes of the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world in the depth of Chanyuan Celestial's soul. Chanyuan Celestial does not pursue sufferings and tortures, but joys and happiness. Chanyuan Celestial does not pursue exceptional functions, but the sublimation of life. Chanyuan Celestial is innocent and pure as crystal, stiff and hard as diamond, powerful and flexible as the flowing water, flexible as the twigs and branches of the spring willow. Chanyuan Celestial is sincere, faithful, broad and level, modest, warm, unconstrained, industrious, and valiant. Chanyuan Celestial does not like solitary life, but prefer group life, does not like disorderly chaos, but orderly jollification. Chanyuan Celestial possesses a simple, kind, elegant, and tranquil heart, so as to deal with people like a child. Chanyuan Celestial owns a deep, broad, profound mind, so as to get along with people like a saint. Chanyuan Celestial possesses the academician style of Lifechanyuan. Chanyuan Celestial respects and reveres Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, and Lao Tzu. The real Christians, Buddhists, Muslims, and Taoists are all Chanyuan Celestials. Chanyuan Celestial has telegnosis and at least is a sage in classification of population and ranks the first 5 in the 18 classifications of human life. Chanyuan Celestial has entered into the non-form thinking state and possesses the abnormal thinking ability. All Chanyuan Celestials are equal in human dignity, without any discrimination. The words and deeds of all Chanyuan celestials are not driven by the worldly desires, but by their own souls. The criterion used by Chanyuan celestial to measure truth, goodness, beauty, and faking, evil, ugliness is not to follow the moral norms but depend on one's own cognition on Tao. So, in the profane eyes, Chanyuan celestial is not a bad guy, neither a good guy, nor a kind guy. Chanyuan celestial follows the code of ethics which are different from the public moral norms. It is not the constitutions, laws, rules, regulations promulgated by human society, but the way of the greatest creator that constrains and controls Chanyuan celestial. On the basis of obeying the basic moral principles, everything works on the whole universe fairly and selflessly in spite of race and ages. The relationship between male Chanyuan celestial and female is the lover relationship. The relationship between the female Chanyuan celestials is sister relationship, and the relationship between male Chanyuan celestials is brother relationship. Chanyuan celestial possesses the communism thought. Facing dangers and pressure, Chanyuan celestial will remain calm. Facing the worldly temptation, Chanyuan celestial remains unmoved. Facing the willful provocation and intentional insult, Chanyuan celestial reacts to it according to one's own feeling and bravely fight against it under the pressure. Facing praise and eulogy, Chanyuan celestial is grateful, humble, cautious, and always likes to admit mistakes and attribute glory to the greatest creator. Chanyuan celestial understands the ways of keeping good health and the secret of life. Chanyuan celestial is thankful to the greatest creator, life, and nature. Chanyuan celestial reveres the greatest creator, life, and nature. Lifechanyuan is the only homeland for the soul and spirit of Chanyuan celestial. All Chanyuan celestials are aspiring for land of idyllic beauty and willing to devote their intelligence and wisdom for creating one's own land of idyllic beauty. Note: this article is just a draft, which can be modified or implemented by Chanyuan celestials. Chanyan Sag Yurjong Butong. Chanyuan celestials are different. Xiefeng. September 16, 2021. Chanyuan celestials are not different from the common people in appearance, but have the following differences from the general public in connotation. Through the experience of living in the second home, Chanyuan celestials know that people can live in a way that is totally different from the traditional model, which is unknown to the public. Having lived in the second home, they know that the thousand-year world of the heavenly kingdom really exists, and thus their confidence in going to the kingdom of heaven is firm, and their actions are self-conscious. Chanyuan celestials have personally experienced the state of a true communist society, which is unknown to the general public. Chanyuan celestials know that even without a constitution, laws, regulations, agreements, and contracts, humans can make the order of production and life more ideal by relying on values, which is unknown to the general public. Chanyuan celestials can achieve everything by owning nothing, which is completely beyond the comprehension of the general public. Chanyuan celestials do not covet money, power, fame, profit, or sex, but live purely for ideals, which is beyond the comprehension of the general public. Chanyuan celestials do not get married, do not form a family, and do not establish a special relationship with anyone. This is not understandable to ordinary people and is difficult for most people to do. Chanyuan celestials do not compete with others, do not argue, and do not squabble, which is beyond the comprehension of the general public. Chanyuan celestials do not do good or bad things, but only do angelic things according to the way of nature, which most people cannot understand. Chanyuan celestials are not good people or bad people, but angels, which is beyond the understanding of the general public. Chanyuan celestials have no country in their heart, so they will not love their country, let alone dedicate themselves to their country. Wherever they can live, work, and live freely, that is the place that they love. Chanyuan celestials can share everything with each other. Where there are 3 Chanyuan celestials, there is a home of Chanyuan celestials, which is beyond the comprehension of the general public. Chanyuan celestials do not live in fixed location, and they do not have travel plans. They take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relations, act in accordance with nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. The general public cannot do this. In the face of death, Chanyuan celestials will welcome death with a smile. This attitude is not possessed by the general public. Chanyuan celestials know what they are doing, where they are heading, and the end results of doing so, but all other living beings are confused about this attitude. Chanyuan celestials do not assume responsibility and obligation for anyone, and do not promise anything to others. They only live according to their nature, which is beyond the understanding of most people. Chanyuan celestials focus their love on the celestial island's continent, and will not pour love on a certain person, which is impossible for both ordinary people and sages to do. Chanyuan celestials have a tour guide to lead the way. Does the general public have this? There are many more points that can be cited. Just the differences in the above 18 points will show that Chanyuan celestials are different, and different groups of people have different destinations. Fushu You Zhansheng, Ko Gonghan. Chanyuan celestials are water bamboo people. Xiefeng. December 2nd, 2020. Anyone who has grown water bamboos knows how little they demand. As long as they have some water, they will always be lush and green. After more than 10 years of baptizing Chanyuan celestials, they have all become water bamboo people. They demand very little, and as long as they have thatched huts, bread, and water, they can live with vigor and vitality and have fun playing games and creating exquisite soul wealth, spiritual wealth, and material wealth. The cost of associating with Chanyuan celestials is very low. You can maintain close and friendly relationships with them at little cost because they expect little from you. They are like wild flowers, requiring no special nutrition or care. Whether you look at them or not, they will still bloom their flowers and green leaves brilliantly and bring beauty to nature. Chanyuan celestials absorb only a little bit of water, but what they pay back are milk and blood. For more than 10 years, Chanyuan celestial have been selflessly paying and dedicating every day, every month, and every year, creating more than a dozen picturesque Xanadus for Chinese websites, for English websites, and 6 WeChat public accounts. This is all the crystallization of sweat and hard work. They are all paying and dedicating, but they never care about their personal gains and losses, nor do they get dispirited due to the harsh conditions and suffering of setbacks. They are so much like water bamboos. Huangtian Celestial once said that Chanyuan celestials who live in Lifechanyuan are the purest water bamboo people among humans. They are so sincere that they do not belong to this world. They need the least sunlight and water to dedicate the most vivid green color, the most elegant charm, and the quietest and most tasteful feelings. He was so right. I am ignorant. I do not know how many people in this world are like Chanyuan celestials, but I can say for sure that this group has the best qualities, and they are the purest and most selfless, the humblest and the richest in meaning, and with the highest state of nobility, because they are all water bamboo people. If you have never met any angels, Buddhas, bodhisattvas, or celestial beings, then you should go meet some Chanyuan celestials to know what they are like. If they cannot go to heaven, then no one else can either. Chen Man Shina Shin Shridai Yisik. Comprehensively absorb new era values. Dayform Buddha. March 20th, 2007. New era value presents us a broad prospect of spiritual and physical world, staring from Seth, then Oren, The Law of One, Cryon, Wingmakers by Huzi, series articles by Chinkuan Buddha, Conversations with God, Disappearance of the Universe, and so on to A Course in Miracles. New era value is an enormous and complicated system. It inherits, protects, and develops almost all wisdoms of sages and saints. The field it spans from science, philosophy, psychology, biology, noology, urinology, parapsychology, pathology, space theory, religion theory, theory of universe creation, and theory of life origin to the Christ. Lao Tzu, Tao Te Ching, and supreme masters in India, such as Osho, Bhagwan, and Krishnamurti, etc. It was almost all-inclusive and unusual brilliant, laid a good foundation for human beings into a new stage. The human species is changing. The human beings in Lifechanyuan era will not be the same today. It is an inevitability of history and the evolution of human race to eliminate and purify human being who will step from physical state into spirit and soul state. Their survival will not merely depend on material things, rather depend more on energy of spirit and soul. Lifechanyuan consciousness refers to the new era value. What mentioned above are the foundation and organic parts of Lifechanyuan value. Lifechanyuan will link the multitude pearls together by the string of following the path of the greatest creator and make them into one so as to provide a bright way for the progression and development of human society. Comprehensively absorb new era values is a strategy for Lifechanyuan to carry out the policy of all-in-one. By discarding the dregs and selecting the essence, Lifechanyuan will embrace the new era by presenting a harmonious, peaceful, and joyful picture scroll to humankind and fundamentally changing the environment of human life. Network as tremendous energy storage of resources was born for the new era. Its significance and value are far beyond the total value of coal, oil, and mineral resources on Earth, even exceed the amount of energy provided the sun. Make full use of the resources and energy provided by internet is a definite way for new era human beings. Everything should be developed according to the principle of minimum drag. Internet is much more rapid, economical, and convenient than any form of sermon and communication. So, the old pattern for spreading religion, such as writing by hand, will be replaced by the internet. There will be no future for clinging strongly to tradition, and conservativeness will be destroyed by the trend of the times. The only way out is to accept the new era value in order to step into the new era of Lifechanyuan. New era value mainly include: the universe consists of three elements: consciousness, energy, and structure. The whole universe is a great consciousness, and the great consciousness refers to the greatest creator. Every life in universe is a part of the consciousnesses of the greatest creator. Material world is the embodiment of consciousness. An individual world of life is a reflection of self-consciousness. As long as the consciousness exists, the soul will exist forever. The carrier of soul will vary with consciousness. Human beings have infinite creative ability and developmental potentials. Lifetime is just a brief trip for life, and the meaning of life lies in its process. Your destiny is created by yourself, so you should be responsible for it, and stop complaining others. There is no conflict in pursuing of health, richness, freedom, and the promotion of spiritual nature. Humanity should move with nature rather than being oppressed. The core of improving the spiritual nature should focus on deepening the understanding, changing the thinking, perfecting the consciousness, and the non-material structure of life rather than on pursing the wizardry and extrasensory perception. Everything is Zen. Everything is apocalypse. The secrets of the universe and life are hidden in the ever-changing natural phenomenon. The nature of the greatest creator is sex, love, and Tao. Following the principle and theory of sex, love, and Tao is to believe in the greatest creator. The greatest creator and other gods do not bring the soul to trial. 36-dimensional space is the model of the universe which has channels, space tunnel. Past, present, and future are closely linked together through the time tunnel, and all of them can be changed. There is no such a thing which is changeless. The principle of change is the change of consciousness. When consciousness changes, everything will change accordingly. Love is able to purify our heart, perfect the non-material structure of our life, and has the quality of angel. So we should learn to love, not only love ourselves, but also love other people and society, the greatest creator, God and Buddha, nature and life. The key to happiness is to offer our love, release our love, always feel gratitude, and strive to create. The world we could perceive by sense organs is narrow and small. You should break the shackles, shift into a larger space, open your telegnosis, and see your true nature. New era value admits telepathy, but do not believe it blindly. Everything should be tested by science, truth, logic, and spiritual nature. In most cases, our soul is in a state of sleeping. The real world we believe is actually a fantasy land. Because of the habitual thinking, we are unable to realize that we are in fantasy land. New era value requires us to wake up from the dead sleep and enter into a relatively realistic reality, enjoy much freer, comfortable life, and live without fear. All diseases are reflections of the defective spirit and mind. You must make great efforts in consciousness and pay more attention on life structure in order to cure it thoroughly. Qualitative change requires the accumulation of quantitative change. Qualitative change will surely occur if the quantitative change is accumulated to a critical point. This principle is applicable to self-improvement. When self-improvement is accumulated to a certain degree, his life will be alienated, and he will become a celestial, Buddha, or God. While the core of self-improvement is to accumulate merits, The core of self-refinement is to change thinking, make transition from matter thinking to visualize thinking, associative thinking, elusive thinking, hard image thinking, taiji thinking, non-form thinking, and holographic order thinking. In universe, everything is necessity except for one contingency, which is the way how Tao operates. Therefore, please never assume that you are lucky in gaining by fraud, for the result of cheating others and the gods is to cheat yourself. It is the same as by doing harm to others in nature, you will ultimately hurt yourself. The above is a part of the core ideas of New Era value. New Era is coming. It is inevitable. All of those people who don't want to die should come closer to New Era value. All those people who are dreaming of free life in heaven should get their outdated value replaced by the New Era value. The world is developing rapidly. It is time to embark the spaceship, no more the slow carriage. Let's meet in the Lifechanyuan era. Confessions of Lifechanyuan. Everyone is equal before the greatest creator. Xiefeng and Xianhe Celestial. The psychic energy of the greatest creator is Tao, and it treats everyone and everything equally, without giving preference to any individuals or species. Whether individuals succeed in their careers, whether families are harmonious and happy, whether countries are prosperous, and whether people are peaceful and tranquil, all depend on whether we follow Tao's operation. If one follows it, they will prosper, otherwise they will perish. Blessing or bane, it is all up to them. There are no gates to fortune or misfortune. Your karma is yours. Lifechanyuan was born at the end of the 5th year of the sun and is the last call from gods and Buddhas to people. Lifechanyuan believes that the greatest creator dominates the universe, that gods and Buddhas are messengers of the greatest creator, and that humans are these gods and Buddhas' favorite children. The universe and life are one. They coexist, and neither can exist without the other. The greatest creator has laid out 36 mazes throughout the vast universe, and everyone's life can have an infinitely beautiful future. Innocent Christians have the 1,000-year world, Taoists with high morals have the 10,000-year world, and Buddhists who reach the non-form state can enter into the Elysium world directly. Whether one can enter the upper life space or not depends on whether they can decode the greatest creator's mazes. The differences between people does not lie in their levels of status and wealth, but in their spiritual purity. The greater their purity, the truer their belief and the more developed their thinking will be. The lesser their purity, the falser their belief and the more obsessed their thinking will be. In human society, the spirituality of celestial beings, saints, sages, and philosophers is pure and high, and they are the people with the greatest wisdom. People have to possess 3 minimum conditions to survive in this world. To love the greatest creator, to love nature, to love each other. Without these 3 conditions, people are not qualified to live in the homeland created by the greatest creator. Lifechanyuan believes firmly that most people are currently clinging onto the edge of a cliff and may fall into an abyss at any unguarded moment. These people need to understand their purpose for existing on the earth, where they are from, and where they want to go. It took billions of years for the greatest creator, gods, and Buddhas to create such a beautiful homeland for us. And since then, there have been many people and civilizations on the earth. However, since people have succeeded in making this homeland filthy in just a few thousand years, the greatest creator has sent messengers to us in order to enlighten us repeatedly, but most people are still obsessive and ignorant of the greatest creator. People's wisdom was originally sufficient to manage themselves. However, more and more people have become ignorant of the greatest creator, lost their connections with nature, and made a mess of our world. More than that, people have adopted hostile attitudes toward each other, fought with each other, and even killed each other. They fight covertly and overtly even among brothers and sisters, friends and neighbors, colleagues and classmates, husbands and wives, and parents and children. Current human civilization is heading for destruction. It is necessary for them to reflect thoroughly on their future. Lifechanyuan has sounded the alarm for humankind in a way that is a lively concerto for some but a death dirge for others. Whether one hears light music or mourning depends entirely on their spirituality. Lifechanyuan also believes that no natural or ecological disasters are caused by the greatest creator, gods, or Buddhas, but rather by people's bad consciousnesses and conduct. The illnesses of people's bodies are not caused by nature, but by the imperfections of their minds and spirits. The problems of ecological collapses are not simply systemic, but also problems of humanity and spirituality. The many dilemmas and natural and man-made disasters that humankind currently faces can only be understood from the perspective of humanity and spirituality. There are differences in spirituality among people. The deeper their involvement in secular society becomes, the easier it is for their spirituality to be deceived. One can easily go astray if they practice blindly instead of following the great Tao. Lifechanyuan is the spiritual homeland of human beings. It comes to the world with the heart of Christ and Bodhisattva and the great love and compassion of the greatest creator, gods, and Buddhas in order to spread the way of the greatest creator. This homeland contains the wisdom of mankind, spreads its hope, and is willing to become the mind relay station for everyone, leading to a beautiful future. Lifechanyuan also purports that people are currently faced with much confusion and many insoluble puzzles of life and the universe. Neither science nor religion can provide anyone with complete answers. Christianity understands the source of life but cannot see the ocean to where it flows. Buddhism knows the ocean to where life flows, but not its source. People in religious circles have spiritual perception but often lack rationality. People in scientific circles have rationality but often lack spiritual perception. Only those with great wisdom have both spiritual perception and rationality. Among humans, only celestial beings, saints, sages, and wise people have both spiritual perception and rationality. These are people of great wisdom who understand that the microworld and the macro-universe each lead to each other. The acmes of the microworld exist neither in the form of elementary particles nor in those of strings or superstrings, but operate in the form of the non-material. Therefore, they are people who can perceive the greatest creator in the depths of the microworld. As a result, in the human world, only celestial beings, saints, sages, and wise people know both the source of life and the ocean to where it flows. Lifechanyuan believes that autocratic dictatorships are disastrous for civil society, but that liberal democracies are not cure-alls either. It is only by following the way of the greatest creator that people can bid farewell to hunger, illness, plagues, crime, natural disasters, violence, and wars, and ensure forever that mankind will move toward natural harmony, peace, freedom, health, and happiness. It is only this system that can see that mankind manages themselves and the existing planet which they depend on well, including the Earth's environment and all lives on it, and to realize the harmony among people and between people and nature in order to know that we will all have bright futures. Lifechanyuan believes that everyone's present is caused by their past, and it will only be when we understand this that we will enjoy peace and wisdom. We'll stop blaming heaven and earth, society, and others, and will find directions to the right path. In order to have beautiful and happy futures, we need to think calmly and never vent hatred without any reason or show ignorance and shallowness for the sake of temporary gains, losses, self-interests, and grievances. In order for people to enjoy beautiful and happy futures, we need to build true faith. Side. All roots of evil and illness today are the results of our lacking real faith. We have yet to establish the highest of all goals, the highest of all principles, the highest of all faiths, or the ultimate of all standards. Without an ultimate goal, how do we choose any specific way of life? Without a highest principle, how do we set up a specific principle and stick to it without turning back? Without a highest belief and an ultimate standard, how do we judge, think, and act? Without any of these, how could our lives not be blind, empty, and absurd? For a happy future, we need to cast a new kind of humanity. D.H. Lawrence advocated. In order to survive, we need to work together to integrate all human cognitions into a whole. We must work hard to combine all knowledge and all languages into a huge and refreshing symphony. All humanity must be cast into the furnace so as to obtain a new humanity, remembering that our collective needs are not personal ones, not the needs of any of us. What we need is not the honor or self-satisfaction, but a huge driving force of one mind from which we can create a great society and a free nation that includes individual freedoms. Individuals cannot create new nations. Those things depend on all of us. To achieve this goal, we must join hands and work together. At that time, more people will use their hands to break free from their shackles until all their chains are broken. In order for humankind to have a beautiful and happy future, we must give up our prejudices and obsessions, extinguish our flames of jealousy, selfishness, anger, and hatred, and illuminate the beacons of sincerity, bravery, benevolence, and generosity in our hearts. We must open our minds, escape from our fogs, make new friends, accommodate new consciousnesses, spread new ideas, and embrace new lives. Lifechanyuan believes that people are on the eve of a great change, unseen in 1,000 years, an era of turmoil, one of great changes and great transitions, one calling for sages and wise people, and one of exploring and pursuing infinite space and time. The clouds in the sky do not come from nowhere, and Lifechanyuan has not come from nothingness. The birth of Lifechanyuan is a demonstration of the universe's mysteries and secrets and is an inevitable development of spirituality and wisdom. People must believe in the greatest creator, revere gods and Buddha, and respect all life, whether they be celestial beings, saints, sages, wise persons, ordinary laity, dull persons, emperors, commoners, those who are elite or popular, whether they are rich, poor, Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, Taoist, Jehovah's Witness, Falun Gong, Krishna Consciousness Movement, Communist Party members, free people or prisoners, people or livestock, birds, animals, fish, insects, flowers, plants, or whatever, they must all be respected and cherished. The great contour is shapeless, and the supreme wisdom is boundless. Without supreme wisdom, one cannot understand the way of the greatest creator. Lifechanyuan hopes that all celestial beings, saints, sages, and wise people in the mortal world will experience the profundity of the way of the greatest creator, have a home in Lifechanyuan, and use their spirituality and wisdom to pull everyone out of the sea of suffering to reach the far-off shore of salvation. Lifechanyuan hopes that every disciple who seeks the greatest creator, believes in Christ, and admires gods, Buddhas, celestial beings, and Taoists, whether they are Christians, Buddhists, Muslims, Taoists, Jehovah's Witnesses, the Falun Gong, members of Krishna Consciousness Movement, or others, can obtain enlightenment and new life from Lifechanyuan. Those who are busy all day long for career in life, whether you are exalted as a king or low as a commoner, wealthy or poor, highly talented or illiterate, a celebrity, an official, a white-collar worker, a wandering migrant worker, a communist, a democratic patriot, a free man, or a prisoner of sin, the greatest creator cares about you and watches you. Since before 2013, the doors of Lifechanyuan have remained open to you at all times, and we look forward to your arrival at any time. May you open your hearts before the greatest creator, gods, and Buddha, that you might receive enlightenment and gain new life from Lifechanyuan. May the greatest creator grant psychic energy to you, and may gods and Buddha bless you. The greatest creator resides with us, and gods and Buddha rest within us. Let us walk together with the wise and run into a future that is full of vitality, freedom, peace, harmony, and beauty, yet still mysterious. Guojia Zhang Shao Su, Lun Shengming, Chanyuan Sridhavavar. Countries will disappear on Lifechanyuan Era 2. Dayform Celestial. September 20th, 2006. The existence of country is the disaster for all people. Human beings can never share the peace as long as countries exist. The earth does not belong to any countries or any nationality, but all people. The affairs of the earth belong to all people, which should not be governed by the disunited regional regimes, but governed unitarily by a global government. The existence of countries not only waste a large quantity of manpower and material resources, but threaten the balance of natural ecology and the life of all human beings, which not only hinder the timely spread and communication of civilization, but also constrain the development of most valuable intelligence resources on the earth. If there is only one government on the earth, the only one item of canceling military expenditure can bring enormous welfare to humans, let alone the disappearance of the huge expenditure of government administrative personnel and the antagonism and war among different countries. In order to explain the significance of the disappearance of countries, we will show the evil consequence of the existence of countries only by the military expenditure of various countries. You may check and verify if there are any mistakes in the data. Thank you. The military expenditures of various countries in 2005 are as follows. All data coming from Report CDI of U.S. United States $399.1 billion, unit, billion dollars. Russia $65.0 billion, unit, billion dollars. China $47.0 billion, unit, billion dollars. Japan $42.6 billion, unit, billion dollars. United Kingdom $38.4 billion, unit, billion dollars. France $29.5 billion, unit, billion dollars. Germany $24.9 billion, unit, billion dollars. Saudi Arabia $21.3 billion, unit, billion dollars. Italy $19.4 billion, unit, billion dollars. India $15.6 billion, unit, billion dollars. South Korea $14.1 billion, unit, billion dollars. Brazil $10.5 billion, unit, billion dollars. Israel $9.4 billion, unit, billion dollars. Spain $8.4 billion, unit, billion dollars. Australia $7.6 billion, unit, billion dollars. Canada $7.6 billion, unit, billion dollars. Taiwan $7.0 billion, unit, billion dollars. Netherlands $6.6 billion, unit, billion dollars. Turkey $5.8 billion, unit, billion dollars. Singapore $4.8 billion, unit, billion dollars. Sweden $4.5 billion, unit, billion dollars. Iran $4.1 billion, unit, billion dollars. Kuwait $3.9 billion, unit, billion dollars. Norway $3.8 billion, unit, billion dollars. Norway $3.8 billion, unit, billion dollars. Poland $3.5 billion, unit, billion dollars. Argentina $3.3 billion, unit, billion dollars. United Arab Emirates $3.1 billion, unit, billion dollars. Egypt $3.0 billion, unit, billion dollars. Belgium $2.7 billion, unit, billion dollars. Pakistan $2.6 billion, unit, billion dollars. Denmark $2.4 billion, unit, billion dollars. Vietnam $2.4 billion, unit, billion dollars. Colombia $1.7 billion, unit, billion dollars. Czech Republic $1.6 billion, unit, billion dollars. Iraq $1.4 billion, unit, billion dollars. North Korea $1.4 billion, unit, billion dollars. Philippines $1.4 billion, unit, billion dollars. Portugal $1.3 billion, unit, billion dollars. Libya $1.2 billion, unit, billion dollars. Hungary $1.1 billion, unit, billion dollars. Syria $1.0 billion, unit, billion dollars. Cuba $0.8 billion, unit, billion dollars. Sudan $0.6 billion, unit, billion dollars. Yugoslavia $0.7 billion, unit, billion dollars. Luxembourg $0.2 billion, unit, billion dollars. Above data are just the military expenditures of the major 46 countries around the world in 2005. Its total amount has reached to $828.6 billion. Per capita reaches to $128 for 6.5 billion people. In case of 1.3 billion Chinese people, per capita reaches to $637, which equal to 5,000 renminbi. In other words, every one of the 1.3 Chinese people, including fools and babies, has to pay 5,000 renminbi, and only in this way we can afford the global military expenditure just for 1 year. Or rather, half per capita income of Chinese people or all per capita income of Indian people just can afford the global military expenditure. Based on the gross national income and per capita income published by the World Bank in July 2005, The per capita income of Chinese people is $1,290. The per capita income of Indian people is $620. What does the military expenditure work for? Extremely or exaggeratingly speaking, it is used for killing. Are humans reasonable? No, they are not. If countries don't disappear, can humans enter into the peaceful and happy era? No, absolutely not. Lifechanyuan era will be like this. There is only one government in the world. Policies of this government will be suitable for all people, and all constitutions and laws of various countries will lose efficacy. There is only police, no armies. All the weapons used for killing will be destroyed. All the extra agencies such as immigration office, embassy and customs will be canceled, and the boundaries among different countries will completely disappear. People can go anywhere freely. People will share all resources. Government will not interfere with changes in ideological realm, but only be responsible for the administrative affairs. Lifechanyuan will not interfere with the administrative affairs, but only be responsible for the changes of ideological realm. Education and medical treatment are all free. The limited private ownership will be protected. All alimony and funeral fee of the aged people will be arranged unitarily by society. The minimum of subsistence of citizens should be safeguarded. Is this an illusion? No, it is not. You will see when you finish reading them all. Kaichong Yigu Li Xing, Shanghe, Ren Xing de Shigai. Create a rational, peaceful, humanistic era. Dayform Buddha. August 29, 2004. From 2988 BC to 2012 AD is a cycle of life and universe. At the end of the circle, the supreme-level life space, mortal world, and low-level life space need to be adjusted because of the equilibrium of their life amounts are in critical point. Take mortal world as an example, because the amounts of animals decline sharply and are disproportionate with the amounts of human beings, lots of people have to return to the animal world. In the same way, during hundreds of years, the celestials coming from the superworlds to fulfill their mission have to return to superworlds, non-material structure possessing the standards of inferno, frozen layer and inflamed layer must be thrown into the hell, and the one who have achieved the perfect human nature's standard have to get into the 1,000-year world, have achieved Tao have to get into the 10,000-year world, and those who have achieved Buddha have to get into Elysium world. For those who are reaching the perfect human natures, yet still unperfect, will be left in human world to reproduce and develop. From the time Lifechanyuan appears on the planet and in the man's world, the heaven world will successively dispatch some celestials, angels, to the world to help those remaining in mortal world to experience a hard time. The celestials will not show up in the form of extraterrestrial or other visible forms, but will attach to human being's body to perform its program of balancing the life and universe in the form of the psychic energy. I don't know whose body the celestials, angels, psychic energy will attach to, but I am sure the one attached is the blessed one, which is coincidence with Xue Feng's poem, Butterfly flock around when flowers are blossoming. Good wishes and wisdom bubbles when your heart is peace being. No disease bothers you when your heart and body are clean. Celestial will you be when you only think of a mortal thing. The talented and wisdom men in Lifechanyuan should be prepared psychologically. Listen attentively to the guidance of your souls. Be ready to be unified with celestials from super worlds at all times. If we know the honored guests are coming, we should make a thorough cleaning in and out, light incense, eliminate dirty air, and wait for their arrivals. Guidance from psychic energy should never be suppressed by the rational values. We should realize that the values we keep may be functionless and totally wrong. We should try our best to be in the unconsciousness state. We'd better make a thorough formatting to our knowledge, experiences, values, and mode of thinking, reinstall the psychic energy from the source of life, remold ourselves thoroughly, and be a useful member in the new era after 2013. Along with the constant understanding on the mystery of the universe and the true meaning of the life in Lifechanyuan, someday, you will experience an indescribable passion and impulse. Sense the mystery calling from the celestial beings. Realize that you are not an ugly duckling, but a white swan, just like awakened suddenly from a dream. Once this sign occurs, it proves that your heart is connecting with the psychic energy from the resource of life, and celestials are attached to your body. You can do whatever according to the guidance of the psychic energy. One thing needs to be cautious is, No matter in the past time, nowadays and future, there are lots of people who are attached by devils, will confuse all living creatures and content against Lifechanyuan. But these devils led by Satan are not heterodox doctrines. They are also performing and maintaining the balancing program of the life in the universe. If Satan and his fellows don't create obstacles and troubles in mortal world and don't strive to lead parts of people into the lower bound, and nobody wants to reincarnate to animal but wants to go to the super worlds or stay in mortal world, the universe will collapse. Just like a person split into two halves, if one half is dead, the other part is unable to exist. To the life in universe, both Jesus and Satan are important. It is a unity of opposites. Mankind's view of Satan as their enemy and a devil of swallowing life are an extreme misunderstanding and injustice. In fact, Satan is truthfully fulfilling his duty. Satan and his fellows have to try every way they know to prevent all human beings going to super worlds. For example, money, beauties, power, status, pleasure, fame, exceptional function, and religion conflict, and so on. It is like the policemen who hold the door of the conference hall and prevent the swarming crowd. Why does Dayform Buddha only call for 2% people? 2% of human population is 130 million, and these people will be left in the planet to create a rational, peaceful, and humanistic era. Maybe Dayform Buddha will be scolded as heterodox doctrines and ignoring other 98% people. In fact, Buddha, coming from the greatest creator, doesn't ignore other people, but other people refuse to be taken care of. Except Xue Feng's inner strength, everything in Lifechanyuan is presented clearly. Who will believe in Xue Feng's values except for a few sages with spiritual nature? Will communist, Christian, Buddhist, democratic personages, or members of Falun Gong practitioners believe this? No, they won't. Of course, better not. If the number is over 2%, Lifechanyuan will be out of order. Jesus has declared that everything should use parables, which is hard to understand to those who are going to be thrown into hell. However, if they can understand, they will not go to the hell. And if the hell is empty, the balanced heaven can't exist. Celestial being Lao Tzu sighed. My words are very easy to know and very easy to practice, but there is no one in the world who is able to know and able to practice them. They who know me are few, and I am on that account the one to be prized. So, from now on, we should apply for the visa to the kingdom of the new life circle. It is very easy to apply for this visa. Reverence to the greatest creator, reverence to life, and reverence to nature, and following to the greatest creator's Tao. There are few people traveling on the path of life, just like the revelation shown to sage-like type in the dream. A couple of people climbing up the Xiefeng mountain with great effort, and there isn't a busy scene to be found. If we look around and follow the steps of the common people, someday we will find that we are at the door of the hell. After the adjustment of the life in universe, human society will be a rational, peaceful, and humanistic era. It also will be an era needless of the great men and heroes, an era with harmonious nature and ample food and clothing, and an era without fighting and grabbing and mental disease. The greatest creator has given us free will, whether to go to the heaven or to go to the hell. That totally depends on your own choice. Satan and his evil spirits can only satisfy our desire on the material and flesh. They can't control us wholly. In the end, you have to take your own path. Since we have free will and the rights to choose our path, we should open up new ways forward to the rational, peaceful, and humanistic era. Create an environment for open dialogues. Xiefeng. October 29, 2009. Wherever there is sunshine, there is brightness. Valuable lands are with good geomantic omens, mild climate, and thriving plants. Life immersed in exultant happiness with spiritual radiance of the greatest creator doesn't know what is suppression. Jesus Christ's place doesn't have oppression, exploitation, and deception. Buddha Sakyamuni's place is full of kind, merciful, and docile people. Celestial Lao Tzu's place is well organized and full of vigor. The founder of Islam's place has no fervor that borders on idolatry, but only the greatest creator. Chanyuan celestials are the ripe crop of beautiful souls, and Lifechanyuan is a place privileged by the greatest creator. Home without marriage and family and paradise are places favored and cared by Jesus Christ, Buddha, celestial, prophet. Creating an environment for open dialogues is not only the will and teaching of the greatest creator and tutors of Lifechanyuan, but also the hope of all humankind. The relationship of Chanyuan celestials is the one between brothers, sisters, and lovers. Brothers, sisters, and lovers should take care of each other and convey thoughts at their ease. Each Chanyuan celestial is cherished by Spirit Guide, who wishes each one of Chanyuan celestials is able to communicate and live a happy, cheerful, free, joyful life in the cozy and warm environment. Where there is oppression, there is misery and resistance. Might prevails in places without justice, inequality and grade differential prevails in places without open dialogues, discrimination and indecency must exist in places where some people dare not talk openly. In a word, when we create an environment which everyone is able to convey their thoughts freely, we definitely follow the greatest creator's will and celestial's teaching, and we can be called as great self-improved self-refiner, and be named as Chanyuan Celestial. As long as an environment for open dialogues have been created, one is qualified for guiding humankind and is able to save humankind from the abyss of misery, thus ushers humankind into the Lifechanyuan era. As long as an environment for open dialogues have been created, all the false, the evil, and the ugly might be eliminated thoroughly, schemers and careerists can't exist, covert ghosts find no hiding places. In this way, every Chanyuan celestial is ensured to enjoy happy, merry, free life. How to create an environment for open dialogues. Following the greatest creator's Tao. We only follow the greatest creator's Tao. The belief of sages only accept one in his whole life might effectively eliminate disputes and conflicts caused by different beliefs. Only the same resonance in belief can lay the foundation for the environment for open dialogues. Adhering to 800 values for new era human being. Under the circumstances of being without legislation, laws, regulations, provisions, and commandments, adhering to 800 values for new era human being is the only way to protect people's rights and interests. The so-called open dialogues which don't adhere to 800 values for new era human being would surely turn into endless disputes and arguments. Implementing holographic order management. Holographic order management is not to govern. Everyone is master, everyone is servant. There is just division of labor, and not to mention the relationship between superior and inferior. Everyone tries to exert qualities of truth, goodness, beauty, love, trust, and honesty to perfection. Everyone just mind their own business, doesn't bother others, and gets involved into others' business. Everyone is responsible for the greatest creator and himself or herself. Do not offer help unless asked for. Willingly help those who are seek for help. Be responsible for their own suggestions. Everyone build the sacred cord upon his or her conscience, and be the judge of oneself. Adhering to a spirit guide policy in mind and soul. Chanyuan celestials don't have to instruct and teach interactively. Everyone can convey heartfelt feelings and thoughts. However, people are not allowed to instruct others in a superior manner or to belittle others' IQ. People have to know that the stupidest person is oneself. Working and living be arranged by the president. Chanyuan celestials can choose what they want to do, what they like in their work. Then, they would be arranged by the president. The president can't force any Chanyuan celestial to do anything he or she wouldn't like to. Everyone makes his or her own decision and does things according to his or her own will. Special requests can be raised to the president, and the president in turn would solve them accordingly. Advocating rebellious spirit. No one can affiliate spiritual, mental, physical harm to others. Once bearing grudge, people have to speak out and revolt. Complaints and suppression are unbearable. Tolerance sometimes is painful. In Lifechanyuan, people never tolerate. We should not make Chanyuan celestial, who are our brothers, sisters, relatives, and lovers, to be painful. Never delete Chanyuan celestial's articles and posts. As long as you are Chanyuan celestial, you can talk and express whatever you want on the website of Lifechanyuan. No one is allowed to delete at ease the heartfelt feelings of brothers, sisters, and lovers, even though those feelings are ridiculous, absurd, naive, or rebellious. Be cautious of arbitrariness on merits. Chanyuan celestials make contributions for humankind through constructing Lifechanyuan. This is their way of paying back for the evil they did in the past lives and accumulating wealth in heaven. To humankind and other Chanyuan celestials, what they do can't be called good deeds. We should resist superior, arrogant remarks and acts. Thus, other than instigating and overbearing, doing good deeds can merely be used to refine oneself. In short, We have to create an environment which has unified will and delighted heart, harmony and order with open dialogues, personality and talent. Characteristics which maintain common characters of Lifechanyuan and keep personality at the same time, and an environment which makes each Chanyuan celestial feel ease, happy, free, joyful. 生命而就照顾老人的18个细节. 18 Details of Caring for the Elderly in the New Oasis for Life. CFing. April 9th, 2020. We must completely end the problem of people spending their final years lonely and in misery, which has been the case since the beginning of human history. In the New Oasis for Life, we must allow elderly people to live a carefree and picturesque fairy life, and let them always be in the company of middle-aged and young people, and even children, so that they can fully enjoy the beauty of old age life. Below are 18 details of caring for the elderly in the New Oasis for Life. The best rooms are reserved for the elderly. The best food is reserved for the elderly. Specially trained people care for the elderly. Every night one person is tasked with saying good night to the elderly. Every morning, someone sees that the elderly has all woken up and helps them to wash themselves and eat their breakfasts. People ask how the elderly people feel every day and whether they need anything so as to meet their needs to the maximum. Someone assists the elderly to take baths, being careful that they do not slip or fall. People hold the arms of those with mobility issues. The elderly's rooms are kept clean, tidy, and airy. Bed sheets, quilt covers, and pillowcases used by the elderly are changed and washed at least once every 3 days. Clothes worn by the elderly are changed and washed at least once every 3 days. Help is given to scrub the elderly's bodies and wash their hair if they cannot wash themselves. The most comfortable seats are positioned in the best places for the elderly during entertainment parties. Clean, boiled water is available at all times in the elderly's rooms, so they can drink it at any time. Food is delivered to the elderly if they are unable to walk to the canteen. The elderly is accompanied often to walk around in the courtyards and fields, and to chat with them to eliminate their loneliness. Roads over which the elderly often pass are smooth to avoid tripping. Fun activities are organized for the elderly to participate in and keep them happy. According to Chanyuan values and the more than 10 years of practice of the New Oasis for Life, our goal is that every Chanyuan celestial should be able to live to 120 years of age. In the New Oasis for Life, the definition of elderly is anyone who is at least 80 years young. Then they can start enjoying this kind of treatment. Actually, some of our elderly people are more than 80 years young, but continue to do physical work every day, while many over 70 years are still working as energetically as much younger people. Therefore, in the New Oasis for Life, members in their 60s and 70s are called middle-aged, and anyone under 60 is considered a young person. Every Chanyuan celestial who reaches the age of 120 years is encouraged to leave the mortal world immediately without nostalgia for it. We send the elderly people to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium Celestial Islands continent through the method of being free from the mortal body in meditation. Enjoys 8 Happy Fortunes of Chanyuan Celestials. CFing. Translated by Transin and edited by Kayer. September 6, 2008. Chanyuan Celestials enjoy these 8 extraordinarily wonderful fortunes. Chanyuan Celestials connect themselves to the greatest creator and are linked to the source of life, and therefore walk on the way of the greatest creator. It is in this manner that they maintain the direction toward their goal of life through all circumstances. Life is no longer trapped in transmigrations between lower levels of space, and they will always have blessings and enlightenment from the greatest creator, and will thusly have splendid futures. Chanyuan Celestials can go to the celestial island continent of Elysium world to become super celestial beings. Located in the back garden of the greatest creator, the celestial island continent of Elysium world is the freest and most marvelous place in the universe, which is only provided to Chanyuan Celestials and an extremely small number of people who can otherwise gain access to it. This is one of the greatest distinct happinesses for Chanyuan Celestials. Chanyuan Celestials have clear goals of life and life. For a life, the most important things are to obtain joy, happiness, freedom, and blessing. For a life, the most important things are to go to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and finally reach the celestial island continent of the Elysium world. This simple outlook on life and life is only intelligible to Chanyuan celestials. The masters for Chanyuan celestials are Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, Celestial Lao Tzu, and the Prophet Muhammad, PBUH. There is a guide specially responsible for instruction, who can organically integrate the teachings of these masters, reveal the mystery of time and space and life, and guide Chanyuan celestials accurately to the heavenly kingdom. This is a happiness that no one except a Chanyuan celestial can ever dream of. Chanyuan celestials all have visas of life to go to the heavenly kingdom, which are open to all Chanyuan celestials. When Chanyuan celestials depart from the human world, they will go directly to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the celestial island continent of Elysium world. This gate is only accessible to those with Chanyuan celestial virtues. Chanyuan celestials have many close, special, and supportive friends who understand, admire, and support each other, and share the same resonance from their hearts through self-cultivation and self-refinery in Lifechanyuan. They are the most valuable wealth in life and are compatible with each other and know and care for each other. Thus, Chanyuan celestials are never lonely, will always have a way out, and have a broad road in life. Chanyuan celestials know the most advanced way of self-refinery and can thusly achieve the most advanced self-cultivation within the shortest time. By participating in the initiation of the Lifechanyuan era for mankind, Chanyuan celestials are conducting unconditional giving, are accumulating the greatest merits and virtues, and have stored rich wealth in the heavenly kingdom so they can pay back their debts over different generations of life and have their sins cleared, thus perfecting the non-material structure of their life within a short period of time. This is an ability that could not have not been achieved even through many hundreds or even thousands of lives of self-cultivation and self-refinery. All Chanyuan celestials have the second home, now new oasis for life, which relieves them from worries over food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, old age, and death, provides them with the best venue for self-refinery, and guarantees them a life in a fairyland. Chanyuan celestials can achieve level 4 and level 5 meditation in the collective energy field within the shortest possible time without overreaching themselves. They can achieve the 64 theurgies, invoking the supernatural powers of gods, needed by super celestial beings. The good fortunes of Chanyuan celestials are not accessible to 98% of people, therefore they are incredibly fortunate. Jianli Chenchu, Zheng Fulun, Sheng Ming, Chanyuan, Shridai Qi. Establish global government. Lifechanyuan era, 7. Dayform Buddha. November 5, 2006. Everything has a core, aggregate of atoms, molecules, solar system, and the universe. Everything is a system, human body, the natural ecology of the Earth, solar system, and galaxy. Anything without a core is disorganized, conflicting, paradoxical, temporary, and short-lived. Anything without a system in the status of disorder, contradictory, pains, sadness, morbidity, defective, and will be difficult to last for a long time. Take a man, for example. Without the coordination of brain, his hands, feet, and mouth will act in their own way, and the result is bound to be good for nothing. The patient falls ill because his own system is out of balance and different organs cannot work harmoniously. The healthy is healthy because all organs of him work harmoniously. And nothing can escape from this law, whether it is a person, a family, a community, a company, or even a country. Undoubtedly, we have to establish a center, a system, namely a global government, so as to guarantee that all people around the world can live a peaceful, calm, harmonious, and happy life. The current human beings are sick. Various countries act as they think, just like hands, feet, and mouth go their own way without the control of brain. Its consequences are bound to lead to conflicts and contradictions, cutthroat competition among different regions, destruction of natural resources, huge squander of manpower and material resources, various crises faced by human. At last, everyone will fall into misfortune. Whether human beings can survive continually depends on whether a global government can be established as soon as possible. Human beings are bound to enter Lifechanyuan era and are bound to have a global government to arrange and coordinate all the production and activities of all mankind. This is an inevitable trend and reality which cannot be changed by the will of anyone, any organizations, or any countries. The main functions of the global government are as follows. Formulate the unified production and living bills for mankind, and also supervise the bill implementation of all regions. The currency in all regions should be same. The national boundaries should be removed and all armies should be dismissed. Administration staffs can be transferred globally. For example, Blair can be appointed as the Commissioner of North America. Bush can be appointed as the Commissioner of Arab region. Shinzo Abe can be appointed as the Commissioner of Southern Africa. Becky can be appointed as Commissioner of Australia region. Establish a global intelligence bank, centrally allocate the scientists and other specialists. Set up global personnel database. Resources explored and utilized globally. The public order taken charge by global policemen and the teachers in universities allocated in the world scope, etc. Everyone will be guaranteed to have work to do, have food to eat, have clothes to dress, and have house to live in. The difference among various regions and nationalities should be gradually narrowed so as to realize the common prosperity for all human beings. The values of Lifechanyuan should be implemented. Are above imagination's nonsense, impracticable illusion, or daydreaming? No. Hands, feet, and mouth are controlled by brain, and consciousness determines the reality. Human beings' consciousness determines production and lifestyle. As long as all people think in this way, this sublime ideal is bound to realize. Who would think in this way? All the people who revere the greatest creator, life and nature, and follow the words of the greatest creator would think this way. All the people who are loving, compassionate, mentally and physically healthy, love peace, and yearn for freedom and happiness, and try to climb towards the peak of life would think this way. People used to think it was impossible for a group to come into being and survive without families, political parties, religions, and countries, and they thought it was unimaginable, and it only might appear in the remote future. However, the fact is that such a group has come into being and existed, and it is Lifechanyuan. Lifechanyuan is the epitome of future human beings' life and the seed of the future society, and with more and more sages and wise men around world continually enter Lifechanyuan, the ideal era dreamed by all mankind will come. And the global government will also be established. Heaven which by it is bright and pure. Earth rendered thereby firm and sure. Spirits with powers by it supplied. Valleys kept full throughout their void. All creatures which through it do live. Princes and kings who from it get. The model which to all they give. This one is the greatest creator. All things leave behind them the obscurity, out of which they have come, and go forward to embrace the brightness, into which they have emerged, while they are harmonized by the breath of vacancy. This obscurity is Lifechanyuan, and this brightness is the global government. Human beings can enter the ideal society only when there is the greatest creator, Lifechanyuan, and global government. Lifechanyuan era. All humans stand together regardless of situation. All people around world are brothers, sisters, relatives, and lovers. Joy and happiness, every minute. Peace and harmony, everywhere. Manduri Junshu Tali Chantong Hunyin Jiating. Face reality and escape from the traditional marriage and family. Xiefeng. August 2nd, 2009. Traditional marriage and family is a program of life that has been contacted with viruses, which can erode the sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, faith, and honesty in human character and drive us from an originally joyful, happy, free, and blessed life toward the abyss of misery, anxiety, enslavement, and desperation. If we take a look at the history of mankind and the reality that we are in, and observe the status quo of marriage and family in the neighborhood, we can easily find that traditional marriage and family is the prison of human nature and the stumbling blocks that hinders man's march toward a beautiful, free, and happy life. Face reality and no longer cheat yourself. Distress will not disappear simply because you do not pay attention to it, and the maltreatment and torture of spirit and soul that you have sustained will not be relieved as a result of endurance. It is the most foolish illusion to place your own future and happiness in the hand of a certain person or several people. It is the most insane and wishful thinking to rely on marriage and family for a joyful, happy, free, and blessed life. We cannot blame any person, the parents, the husband or wife, or even less so, children, sisters, brothers, relatives, friends, or neighbors for the misfortunes and tragedies incurred by the traditional marriage and family. What is at fault is the program of family. Humankind has been trapped in this program for thousands of years. The sea of tribulations is endless, but you can find the shore if you choose to pull yourself back. It is high time that we escape the life pattern of marriage and family and entered the new way of life. It is time to start a new life. We should not repeat the tragedies in history. Lifechanyuan has designed the new way of life for every member of mankind, which has been proved to be feasible in practice. You can obtain relevant information at the website of the Second Home, now new oasis for life. http://www.the2indiehome.org English. http://www.d2jiayuan.com Chinese. I will write an article about the new way of life of the Second Home, now new oasis for life. Please pay attention. How can we escape from traditional marriage and family and enter the new life in the second home? Those who are not married yet can refrain from getting marriage. Those who are divorced do not think of getting married for a second time. Those who have got married do not seek divorce, but try to ensure that both husband and wife enter the new life in the second home. Escaping from the family does not mean escaping from your close relatives or giving up on your parents and children or abandoning your obligations and responsibilities. Instead, escaping from the family means escaping from the traditional program of life and entering the new program of life. Anyone who has old parents to look after should show their filial piety to parents and arrange properly their parents' food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Those who ignore their parents are not entitled to enter the second home. Those who have young children to bring up should perform their duty to raise the children. They should not incur any mental harm to the children that have not come of age. They shouldn't reduce, but strengthen their care and love for their children. Those who want to escape from the traditional marriage and family should first clearly understand the malpractices of the traditional marriage and family and the misery and affliction it has caused to humankind and understand the new way of life designed by Lifechanyuan. Then they must learn and build new outlook on life, value, life, and the world. In addition, they shall strive to become Chanyuan celestials in Lifechanyuan through self-cultivation and self-refinement. And finally, they shall finish the relations with the human world and establish connection with celestial beings and enter the brand new life of the second home. Lifechanyuan is to create 256 units of the second home. The inevitable trend of the development of human society is the unification of all methods into one general principle, and the unification of all religions and thoughts into one uniform value, and the unification of all the world. No one can hope to achieve anything if he or she gets stuck in conventions and old conservative ways. It is no longer a distant dream to make every member to have a joyful, happy, free, and blessed life, and that goal has already been partially achieved and is being gradually consolidated and perfected. Lifechanyuan has already formed a theoretical system of nearly 3 million characters, and has summed up the lessons and experience from the failed attempts of utopian society, collective farm, communist community, Israel's kibbutz communist society, and Japan's socialist villages. Thus, what Lifechanyuan practices is no longer blind and impractical castle in the air or empty talk, but is a strategic goal for all the mankind based both theoretically and practically on the comprehensive and conscientious planning. Let's give up the impractical illusion that has been embraced for thousands of years, face the real situation of life, work hard and forge ahead, so as to finish the earthly relations as soon as possible and enter the new life in the second home. Jiating, Zhang Zhu Jian Xiao Su, Lun, Shengming, Chanyuan, Shridaiwu. Family will gradually disappear. On Lifechanyuan Era 5. Dayform Buddha. October 2nd, 2006. Preface. Whether something is perfect or not depends on its structural feature. Whether someone is handsome or beautiful depends on her life structure. If there is defect in its structure, the thing is bound to present morbidity. The person is bound to be ugly. We can know whether a man is sick by testing a cell of his body. Family is the cell in constituting the human society structure. We should have no way but think the family is carried with the congenital virus if the current human society is unsatisfactory. Divorce rate is continually rising. A report of Chinese Academy of Social Sciences pointed out that the divorce rate of Beijing in 2002 was 50.9%, with 76,136 pairs got married and 38,756 pairs divorced. In recent years, the divorce rate of US always kept above 50%. The Western Europe countries all kept about 40%. Republic of Korea, Japan, Hong Kong, and Taiwan all kept about 40%. Thailand was 60%. Then, how about the divorce rate of India? In the Bangalore, the Silicon Valley of India, Dutta, a female software engineer, said among her 18 classmates there were 5 still unmarried, and in the rest 13 married students, 8 had divorced. We see each other sometimes, and we think that it is fine to be alone. What is wrong with family? The drawback of family. If one member of a family has long-term illness or congenital disability or dies on the vine, all family members, especially parents, sons, daughters, and spouse, will fall into sorrow and misfortune for their whole life. Many people are pressed almost out of breath by funeral and supporting their parents. Many parents are tortured by the academic career of children, work, marriage, and career. Many people forfeit their independent personality and freedom after they get married. Marriage is just like a door, and once you step into it, this means that you have shut all the other doors. If your partner is eccentric in character, disturbed in mind, defective in physiology, or ugly in soul, you can do nothing but to endure. All husbands are afraid that their wives cheat on them. Similarly, all wives are afraid that their husbands cheat on them too. As a result, all the married men and women will live in fear for their whole life and miserable, and they all hope their partners are the flashlights which can only lighten himself or herself. The primary cause for the violence alternation of different dynasties lies in the family first. If one receives a high position in the government, all his relatives and followers will get promotion after him. Otherwise, if one commits a crime, the whole clan of him will be implicated. Under the sky, all the territory belongs to the king. Everyone, including ministers and officials, are all the servants of the king. There is a common phenomenon. If one wants to fish for benefits, one needs to break through the family members of prime minister, stadtholder, and county magistrate, especially their spouse. In this way, these officials will secretly work for you and offer you with the power and benefits of their families in the scope of their authorities. Why did the malfeasance in different ages take place one after another? Why were they being endless greedy? Its primary cause is that they attach too much importance on their families, want to make their ancestors illustrious, and want to establish an eternal lasting enterprise for their descendants. Without family, all these drawbacks will disappear automatically. Lifechanyuan era. Family will gradually disappear, wedding will not exist, and marriage certificate will completely become history. The title of husband and wife will become a backward sign sealed in the History Museum. Bisexual love can conduct freely out of willingness. Everyone has work to do. There will be limit on individual wealth. Once above it, the wealth will automatically belong to all human beings. Natural resources, including land, will belong to all people. Persons will not own any private land or house property. The countries, political parties, and religions, etc., will all disappear. The concept of father will disappear, and no one know who his father is. After weaning, the babies are picked up by special agency until they are sensible, and they will not live together with their mothers. All family names will be canceled, and the name of everyone will be hashtag celestial. The concept of father will disappear, and no one know who his father is. After weaning, the babies are picked up by special agency until they are sensible, and they will not live together with their mothers. All family names will be canceled, and the name of everyone will be hashtag celestial. Family will gradually disappear. The divorce rate will rise continually, and people will gradually prefer to live freely. Marrying used to be regarded as a happy event, and from now on it will be regarded as a tragedy for human life. People will gradually accept the value of Lifechanyuan. Even for the undivorced man and wife, they will gradually change their marriage idea and gradually regard the opposite side as a friend and a partner instead of possessing and monopolizing him or her. Family is the main route leading to the pains of life. As long as the family exists, human can never enter into the new era filled with freedom and happiness. Lifechanyuan era is bound to come. Lifechanyuan Wanda. FAQs concerning Lifechanyuan. CFing. Edited by Kayer. Q. 1. What kind of institution is Lifechanyuan? A. Lifechanyuan is neither a political organization, a religious group, a company, nor an enterprise. We are the home of human spirits and souls and will not establish any for-profit entity. We integrate the profound wisdom of all the saints and celestials in human history with the main scientific achievements and various religious perspectives pointing toward a clear path for the survival and development of humanity. We are a habitat for human spirits and souls and the spiritual home for ordinary, kind, honest, diligent, and wise people, and also a college that teaches the meanings of life, and a transit station for those who possess perfect human natures and strive for higher-level spaces of life. Q2. What is the significance of Lifechanyuan's birth? A. People are now faced with a potentially huge crisis which concerns our complete survival. The significance of the birth of Lifechanyuan at this time is to help people survive this crisis. When a leaf withers and falls, it does not mean that any special event will happen, but when all the leaves are doing so, it must mean that winter is coming. Similarly, when a person turns their back on the greatest creator, it does not mean that troubles lie ahead for mankind. But when the vast majority of mankind turns their backs on the greatest creator, their nature is lost, and they become greedy, selfish, cunning, and smart. It means that the winter of human society is coming. You can refer to the articles and information in recent reports about climate change and at the http://www.lifechanyuanfamily.com website, and this can help you to understand the significance of the birth of Lifechanyuan. Q. 3. Is it possible for Lifechanyuan to help humans survive the coming freezing winter? A. Definitely. In April of 2009, I warned everyone that the so-called end of the world in 2012 would not happen, but that rather than doomsday coming suddenly, it will increase gradually with more and more serious natural climatic changes. Alas, little changes happen gradually, but great changes take place instantly, and natural climate changes over the past 8 years have demonstrated my predictions fully. If humanity as a whole fails to awaken to this last-minute danger, and we do not change our traditional production and life model immediately, then the entire natural ecology will collapse within 15 to 20 years and humanity will be in great danger. Climate changes will become more and more volatile. Droughts, floods, hurricanes, intense heat, and severe cold will attack us, and fires, floods, and plagues from insects and pestilence will happen. The number of refugees will grow geometrically and people will compete for resources just to survive. As a result, conflicts and competition between states, interest groups, religious and political groups, and patriarchal clans will become more intense, and the situation will become absolutely tragic, even cutthroat. Every day will be a contest between life and death, and that will be the chilly winter for human society. Then, who will be fortunate enough to survive the calamity and survive in the chilly winter? The answer is that those who have entered into Lifechanyuan will escape the calamity. Q. 4. What is Lifechanyuan's goal? A. First, we will do our best to prevent that chilly winter from befalling the human world. But if we find it impossible to prevent, then souls who have entered Lifechanyuan will be sent to the 1,000-year world to survive the chilly winter. And they will embrace the dawn of the millennium in the future. Q. 5. Could Lifechanyuan save all people? A. This is impossible. Lifechanyuan can only save 1% of mankind. Q6. Why not everyone? A. It is not that Lifechanyuan would not want to save everyone, but the majority of people are unwilling to be saved by us because they prefer money, power, fame, and high status over their own lives. This is putting the cart before the horse by refusing to repent, so how would it be possible to save them? As for many other people who do not covet those worldly pleasures, they are stubborn, confused, and under the control of evil spirits. They are unable to relax and perceive. It is also impossible to save them. Q. 7. Then, who can be saved? A. those with spirituality as well as perfect human nature. Q. 8. How will you implement the rescue work? A. Actually, the so-called rescue refers here to the salvation of souls. Therefore, Lifechanyuan is only a revelation and the salvation of souls depends only on yourselves, so the key to accessing Lifechanyuan lies in your own hands. Q. 9. How can people enter into Lifechanyuan? A. Firstly, you need to know and understand Lifechanyuan. Anybody who wants to enter Lifechanyuan must ponder over questions of thinking, the universe, time and space, life, spirit and soul, life, humanity, morality, and so on, because it will only possible for you to find your key to Lifechanyuan when your understanding and perception achieves a certain realm, and only your spirit and soul can enter Lifechanyuan. Q. 10. Is Lifechanyuan the only way to be saved? A. No. As long as you trust in and take the way of the greatest creator and possess a perfect human nature, then you will be saved. Lifechanyuan only guides people to believe in and take the way of the greatest creator. Q. 11. Why are Lifechanyuan's articles written in Chinese rather than English? A. Buddha said, your eastern land is in the southern continent of Jambu. The sky is high and the soil is deep with much land but few people. The people are greedy and bloodthirsty. They have become comfortable with rumors and lies, prefer deception and bullying, and lack loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness. I have 3 stores of scriptures to instruct them on how to be free from suffering and to deliver all beings from torment. Xiefeng says, your eastern land ignores the 3 stores of scripture. The sky is low and the soil is barren with little land but many people. The people have become ignorant of God and Buddha and of the law and nature. The people are still greedy and bloodthirsty. They remain comfortable with rumors and lies, prefer deception and bullying, and lack loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness. I have Lifechanyuan that can make the dead come back to life and deliver all beings from torment. China is the most populous country with the most serious crisis in the world. If China collapses, then a terrible disaster might encircle the globe. Without any regard to importance or priority, the articles of Lifechanyuan must be written first in Chinese. Q. 12. What is meant by to unify all religions into one uniform belief system? A. To unify all religions into one uniform belief system is an inevitability for the development of human wisdom and spirituality. It neither depends on anyone's will nor does it mean that all religions will be unified into Lifechanyuan. Rather, it means that the organizations and forms of all religions will disappear. The theoretical basis of Lifechanyuan is the Bible, the Diamond Sutra, the Quran, and the Tai Te Ching, and our instructors are Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, PBUH, and Lao Tzu. Lifechanyuan also absorbs all the thoughts and spiritual achievements from both antiquity and modernity, both Chinese and foreign. Therefore, Lifechanyuan contains the spiritual core of the major religions and the wisdom of the gods, Buddha and celestials, and human saints and sages. The only purposes are to instruct people on how to break from the shackles of their souls and to achieve the goal that humanity will establish faith in and take the way of the only greatest creator. This is the meaning of to unify all religions into one uniform belief system. Q. 13. What kind of faith should people have from the perspective of Lifechanyuan? A. The Father, loved by Jesus, Buddha's ancestor, praised by Sakyamuni, Allah, worshipped by the Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, and the creator of Tao, revered by Lao Tzu. All of the 4 titles of respect refer to the greatest creator, the spirit who should be loved, praised, worshipped, and revered by all people. It is only by adhering to a singular faith that people can have a common direction, and only by having that common direction that they can resolve enmity, cooperate hand in hand, and maintain peace and the ecological balance of the earth. Finally, people will be free from ignorance and fatuity and enjoy real human lives.